Hello, softball fans, and welcome to Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, proud to present college softball between the Greensboro Pride and the University of Lynchburg Hornets. I'm Kyle Haney, hanging out with you again here on a Tuesday afternoon, a beautiful day to play, and it's another doubleheader day here at Moon Field. Greensboro 8-4 coming in to Lynchburg. They've won 3 out of their last 4. The Hornets are still undefeated on the young 2024 season at 6-0. Last time out, Lynchburg got 2 really big wins against Pacific Lutheran. The Lutes making the cross-country trip to play on Friday here at Moon Field. It was actually a rescheduled event, but we got the games in. They were exciting. Lynchburg with a walk-off win in Game 2. The high-wattage hero was Sarah Watts with a monster day, 6 for 6, 2 homers, 2 doubles. She actually scored the game-winning run in that walk-off victory, and that got her the ODAC Player of the Week honors, the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Player of the Week. 3rd time Sarah Watts has won that award in her young career. She is just a sophomore, got the average up to 500. We'll be talking more about Sarah Watts and the rest of these Lynchburg Hornets as we are underway, or just about to be underway here. It's Kayla Dorsis, the junior, in the circle to start Game 1 for Lynchburg. Battery mate will be Carly Hudnall, and then we'll go around the diamond for you here. At first base, it's Madison Barnes. It will be Sarah Watts playing second base. Freshman at shortstop is Jessica Strickland. Addison Walter, a senior, at third base. In the outfield, left to right, it goes Alyssa Tuliumtua in left. Center fielder is Kaylee Hackett. And then in right, it's Lexi Powell. Lynchburg coached by the legend Dawn Simmons. 696 victories in her career. So she will get to 700 before you know it. Softball fans, it might happen on the road. Lynchburg's schedule after today takes them up to Salisbury, Maryland for an event. But I believe they're going to play 6 games up there in Maryland. So that'll be exciting stuff, but yeah, you never know. Win number 700 could come on the road for Coach Dawn Simmons. Me and my great pal Tim LaDuca and I were chatting with Coach Simmons after the game Friday, the other night. She didn't seem too concerned about win number 700. It wasn't big on her conversation list of things to talk about. We did get some great insights about the team, and we'll share some of those along the way, and some we'll have to keep to ourselves. We don't want to give away any trade secrets. There's a strikeout as Madison Dillon.
Now batting, first base number 24, Lexi Sox.
The first out of the game. Lineup goes like this for Greensboro. Number 17, Madison Dillon, who you just saw. Senior Alexis Sox is the first baseman hitting second. Anna Frazier bats third. It is Kelsey Craven, the catcher, batting cleanup. Micaiah Simmons, the DP, sophomore, hits fifth. Iva Ray is the center fielder, batting sixth. Rigdon Lambeth is the second baseman, hitting seventh. Mackenzie Davis, shortstop, junior, in the 8 hole. And then rounding out the batting order will be Jillian Vitamonti, the left fielder. Greensboro is coached by Meredith Mills in her 3rd season. It's a 1-1 count on Sox. Dorsis delivers one that might stay in catching range for Carly Hudnall. No, it'll hit the netting here at the newly renovated Moon Field. We'd love for you to come see a game with us in person. So much time and effort put into this facility. Always been a great place to play, but never hurts to have a little touching up and a refurbishing every now and then. Dorsis went with the high heater there. May have been the rise ball, but either way, it's punch out number 2 of the game for Dorsis. And there's 2 down in the top of the first. Here comes the sophomore, Anna Frazier, hitting .364 on the season. Lynchburg will send up Hudnall, Powell, and Watts to start the game. So line up a little bit different. Not uncommon in softball, and especially not uncommon at the beginning of the year. Coaches searching for the different combinations and different things to help their team. Plus in the doubleheader day, you get a chance to tweak the lineup a little bit there. This one will stay in play. First baseman Madison Barnes running on to make that grab. Looked like Hudnall maybe lost it in the high sun, but it doesn't matter because it is a 3-up, 3-down inning for Lynchburg defensively. Hornets coming to swing it in the top of the first. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Three up, three down defensively for Lynchburg, and now the Hornets come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Carly Hudnall, the catcher, will lead off, followed up by the right fielder Lexi Powell. Sarah Watts, who we've already discussed and will continue to discuss, will bat third. Haley Martin, the DP, hitting cleanup. Alyssa Tully-Umtaway will bat fifth. Kaylee Hackett is hitting sixth in center field. Freshman Jessica Strickland, seventh. Madison Barnes, eighth. And Addison Walter playing third, batting ninth for Lynchburg. They face Laura Engel, talented senior for Greensboro. He's 5-1 on the season, a sub-1 earned run average. She's already got 6 complete games this year. Last season, she was 18-3 with 17 complete games. And the earned run average was exactly 2.00 for Laura Engel. Last season, Greensboro beat Lynchburg 12-4. That was a game that Coach Simmons was actually talking to me and Tim LaDuca about the other day. Just didn't think her team was really prepared to play, weren't focused and ready. So she thinks today will be much different. Greensboro, last season, sneaky good against ODAC teams, 11-3 last year against the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, including that win against Lynchburg. Greensboro, 33-10 last season. 14-4 in the USA South. They ended up losing to Pfeiffer in their championship series, so they did not make the NCAA regional as Hudnall swings and misses. But it's a Greensboro team that returns a lot. They will have high hopes for this season. 8-4, they've won 3 of their last 4. Lynchburg has very high hopes for their 2024 campaign, still undefeated at 6-0. Some stiff tests coming this weekend. Excitement last season when Lynchburg went up to Salisbury and did knock off the Seagulls, who at the time, I believe, were ranked number 1 in the country when Lynchburg defeated Salisbury. So with a stiff test comes a big opportunity, you could argue. And I think Coach Dawn Simmons is ready for her team to test themselves against the best. This Greensboro team is going to be pretty solid as well. Sort of a check swing by Hudnall there on the slap hitting approach and pops it out to the shortstop for the first out of the inning. Lexi Powell playing right field, hitting 154 to begin the season. Lexi Powell made some outstanding defensive plays in that doubleheader against Pacific Lutheran Friday. Running grab towards the end of game 1 that saved a run, and then threw out a base runner at first on a what would have been a clean single if Lexi Powell wasn't rushing on to make the play and quick throw. Very valuable to this team defensively, not just in the outfield as well. She can do a little bit of everything, showing bunt, pulling it back, long hold by the catcher Craven, but that's ball 2. 2-0 count for the senior Lexi Powell, who hit 187 last season. Average is a little bit misleading just as far as how good Lexi Powell's talent is. She will show the bunt, pull it back, and then put it down. Lexi Powell started 39 games last year. A homer, drove in 12. And she is the third of three sisters to play here at the University of Lynchburg. Powell swings it a ball away, rolls over to the third baseman, and that's out number 2 of the inning. So here comes Sarah Watts, your reigning Old Dominion Athletic Conference Player of the Week. 6 for 6 amongst those 2 games against the Lutes of Pacific Lutheran. Caught up with her after the game. Great interview that you can find on the Lynchburg YouTube page, still floating around on the social media as well. We invite you to connect with us on all those different platforms. Whatever you use, Lynchburg Sports is probably using. And, of course, the website, lynchburgsports.com, or you can just search. It's easy to find a 1 count here on Sarah Watts. 2 homers, 2 doubles. It bumped the season average from under 200 up to 500 in just a little over 3 hours worth of work there for Sarah Watts on Friday. It's now 5 driven in on the season. 7 for 14 in 5 games played. Lynchburg is, of course, 6-0. So Sarah Watts did not play in 1 game. And her 3rd Player of the Week honor. How impressive is that? There's a lot of great players that play their entire career, and they don't even get one of those just based on circumstances. But Sarah Watts is a sophomore. She's already got 3. Big floating changeup comes in and hits the edge for a strike, 3-1. Count with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Outfield pretty much regular depth and straight away. There's an away target and a pitch that goes further into the other batter's box. The count is full now. Count is full with 2 outs. See if Laura Engel goes after Sarah Watts. Deep breath. Here comes the windmill. Watts will foul that off. And we'll try it again here with a full count. Haley Martin waiting on deck. She's the DP, hitting .538 on the young season. Lynchburg has hit 5 home runs. They have surrendered 0 so far this year. Impressive. Very impressive early for the Hornets. Watts will wait on a changeup and flare this one over the Greensboro dugout for another foul ball. Just for reference, fans, Greensboro has hit 3 home runs. They have surrendered 2. This is game 13 for the Pride, just game number 7 for Lynchburg. We assume that Emily Charlton is going to – oh, that's a fair ball. Sarah Watts, rip and run time around first. She's got herself another double. Seems like Sarah Watts has picked up right where she left off. High wattage again. 7-watt power there from number 7, Sarah Watts. Another double in scoring position for the DP, Haley Martin. Freshman has been on a tear, 7 for 13 to begin her collegiate career. A couple walks in there as well for Haley Martin. Alyssa Taliumtua on deck for Lynchburg. There's something with velocity that hits the edge for a strike. 0-1 count on Haley Martin. Greensboro went down in order in their half of the first, so it's 4-5-6, due up for the Pride in inning number 2. Off the plate for a ball. Already seeing that early from Greensboro. Catcher, likes to set up away. And sometimes Greensboro will then make the pitch go further away. 1-1 count for Haley Martin. That one does catch the edge for a strike. 1-2. Lynchburg, I think they'll make a quick adjustment to that strike zone. Something that the great teams do. They share the information about the pitcher, but also what the umpire is calling as well. Another away target. Swing and a miss, and Lynchburg will get 1 hit, but strand 1. Sarah Watts gets no further than second base, and it's zeros on the board here through 1 complete at Moon Field. All right, we're ready for the second inning, and of course we're having fun up here in the press box at Moon Field. We got some of my best friends up here. Very best friends. I don't want to get into that yet. Let's keep the focus on the softball teams for now. We'll save that for the second game banter. It is Kelsey Craven, the catcher, leading off. She hits .351 on the season. Hit .419 last year in her junior season. Kelsey Craven locked and loaded here, hitting cleanup for a very good Greensboro squad. Kaylee Dorsis in the circle for Lynchburg. A little more velocity from Dorsis. She's got all the pitches as well. We were discussing this with Coach Simmons. The array of softball pitches, the screwballs and the curveballs and the changeups and the drop balls and the rise balls. It's so much fun. And as a broadcaster, it can be hard to tell. Hot shot to the first baseman, Madison Barnes, no problem there. She'll step on the bag for the first out of the inning. It can be difficult to tell. And that's, I think, what the pitcher wants exactly, is to make it hard for you to recognize what all the pitches are. Micaiah Simmons is the DP, hitting .238 in 7 games. Big hard hack at the first one, what comes up empty, and it's strike one. And if a pitcher, does have some velocity, does have some zip like Kaylee Dorsis does, when she throws the changeup, that's very noticeable. But a lot of times the other pitches are not quite as noticeable. And then sometimes you can go for a curveball, and you kind of miss that, so it ends up being straighter. And from an outsider's perspective, from a third-person vantage point, it might just look like a fastball. And then the other thing can happen, too, where you're trying to throw a fastball, but you get it around it a little bit, and it becomes sort of curveball or screwball-like. 1-2 count here for Kaylee Dorsis on Simmons. Iva Ray is on deck, the center fielder. Yeah, there's some zip on that. Looked like a fastball, but missed the zone. Carly Hudnall catching. Let's see if Huddy catches both games today. She did catch both games Friday against Pacific Lutheran. Lynchburg has other options, multiple other options, as Simmons rips on one but pulls it foul. Lynchburg will have multiple other catching options they can go to. And it really is a fun thing to talk about the lineup construction with Coach Simmons and who goes where and who goes when. Even the pitching is interesting because Coach Simmons had reasons for letting Emily Charlton go first on Friday. Off-speed pitch there that Simmons stays alive on. We are expecting Emily Charlton to get the ball in Game 2 here today. And it could be a sister-on-sister matchup, as her sister is a freshman for Greensboro. Catherine Charlton could see them match up, each in the circle for their respective ball club. Swing and a miss there as Dorsis has her third strikeout of the game. 2 gone here in the top of the second. It could be Emily Charlton versus Catherine Charlton. That would be very exciting. The game's going to be exciting anyway, but that would add to the excitement. Here is the center fielder, Ivy Ray, for Greensboro. Shows the bunt, scampers out of the box, pulls it back for ball number 1. Lynchburg outfield is in slightly and basically straight away, maybe just a shade to the opposite field on the left-handed hitting Iva Ray. That's a strike. Count is even at 1-1. 5-6-7 due up for Lynchburg in their half of the second. Tully Umptwa, Kaylee Hackett, and Jessica Strickland. Here comes the 1-1 from Dorsis. Ran that one up and in for ball 2. Good life on the fastball for Dorsis. I mean, that's noticeable even from back here in the press box. It's got some zip out of the right hand. She's clearly feeling good. Great weather today. The weather was fine on Friday, but this is more than fine. This is outstanding. It's not even technically springtime yet as the umpires doing something there behind the plate. It's not even technically springtime yet, even though we had the time change and we adjusted the clocks, or the new devices just do it for you. 2-2 coming up for Dorsis. Here's the pitch, foul ball. Yeah, we're getting Punxsutawney Phil. He said early spring this year. I feel that you should consult the local groundhogs. Bedford Billy, Madison Heights Mitch, some of those, because they know what the weather's going to be like around Central Virginia, right? Here's Dorsis again. Ooh, check swing. I think she went. Yes, she did. Umpire agrees. Strikeout number 4 for Kaylee Dorsis. She's rolling. 6 up, 6 down. Lynchburg coming up in the bottom of the second on the attack at Moon Field. The prognosticators are already predicting that this is going to be just an outstanding day of softball. We're already in the mix and having fun. We've already talked about groundhogs and the weather elements at play here. We're getting more and more cameras into our broadcast. We thank you for watching on this Tuesday here in March. Welcome in our Greensboro fans that might be tuning in. They've traveled well. Good little section here for the Greensboro Pride fans. Even on a weekday, softball fans are enjoying this weather. Alyssa Teliumtua is the left fielder, hitting 5th for Lynchburg, batting .500 on the season. Another Lynchburg player. Hornets have 4 that are hitting .500 or better. Addison Walters at .455, Carly Hudnall .313. And those are actually only the ones that, qualify with the minimum number of at-bats that you need to be considered full-time. If you go down a little further, Caitlin Regan's at .500, 1 for 2. Anna Grace Terrell, 2 for 4, .500. Bree Hodges is hitting .400. It's an offensive powerhouse right now for Lynchburg. Big swing from Teliumtua, but that is strike 3. Second strikeout of the game for Laura Engel. Just a note about this Lynchburg offense. As a team, swinging it at .361 as a team. Opponents just .157 right now. And you assume there's going to be a differential there when you're undefeated at 6-0. But it seems like a wide difference in the batting orders and the hits that Lynchburg has gotten and the hits they've given up. Greensboro is hitting .315 as a team. Very solid. Opponents for the Pride this year are at .220. This is Kaylee Hackett. Center fielder bats at .286 so far on the young season. .343 last year for the senior, Kaylee Hackett. 1-1 count. A local product from Appomattox. Local-ish, anyway. Hackett's got a base hit there. Lacing it by the shortstop for hit number 2 of the game for Lynchburg. Hackett is aboard for the freshman shortstop, Jessica Strickland. We spent so much time talking about Jessica Strickland on Friday. What a talent. And an incredibly hard worker. In her off time, she's out there taking pictures for Lynchburg social media and website. She's got some great photos as Strickland will show the bunt. This is down. This is going to be tough. It will spin foul. Smart play there by Greensboro to let that go foul. Because if you pick it up, you're going to have to be really, really quick to get Strickland down the line. So savvy defense there by the Pride to let that just spin foul. The English on the cue ball. Where's the cue ball going this time? It's an 0-1 count on Jessica Strickland. But, yeah, Strickland was taking some pictures of the cross game on Saturday. There's another bunt. This one is picture perfect, and she is safe at first. Base hit for the speedy photographer / shortstop / do-it-all woman for Lynchburg. Lynchburg is in the home whites there with the red trim, red socks and sleeves, if you didn't know, fans. Greensboro in the green tops with the black pants. Here's Madison Barnes. Runners on first and second. First baseman made a good play at the end of the top of the first. Came on to catch a foul ball that it looked like the catcher, Carly Hudnall, didn't see. But Madison Barnes was on the move in the right direction to make the play. 0-1 count here on Madison Barnes. Ball in the dirt. Good stop there from the catcher, Kelsey Craven. Lynchburg very good at advancing on those low pitches, those dirt balls. You see that catcher going to block, and a lot of times Lynchburg will just run on that, not even to see if the ball kicks away or not. Force the catcher to make a tough throw from the knees. This ball's off the end of the bat. Tricky play at short. And that is a hit, I believe. We've called it an error. Our official scorer has called that an error. E6. Barnes is on. Bases are loaded. 9-hole hitter Addison Walter has all of a sudden become very important in a run-producing spot. Addison Walter's hitting .455 on the season. How's that for a 9-hole stick? Walter takes strike one. 0-1 count. 3 hits for Lynchburg. 1 error. One hitter has reached on an error. No defensive errors for the Hornets yet. Laura Engel's got to dig deep here to keep the shutout intact. Addison Walter hit .257 in 38 games last season. Defense pretty much straight away. Infield is in. Infield is drawn in for Greensboro. 1-1 count. Leadoff hitter Carly Hudnall on deck and waiting with 1 out. In the top of the second. A run-scoring chance here early in this game for Lynchburg. There's one that just catches the edge. Again, you can see that is a big part of the game plan for Greensboro. They're trying to own that outer third. Catcher sets up there. Good frame, good presentation. Addison Walter's got 2 strikes. Let's see if Engel goes back there. Looks like it. Off speed in that direction. Walter able to stay alive. Impressive there. So many great personalities on this Lynchburg Hornet team. Fun to watch them operate pregame, getting ready for the contest, getting excited. That one was away and then further out that time. Walter takes it with strike zone awareness, and now it's a 2-2 count. Runners everywhere for the Hornets early. Bottom of the second at Moon Field. Engel's going to step off the mound here. Take some time. In fact, it's going to turn into a full-blown conversation between the pitcher Engel and the catcher Craven. I like this, though. Get on the same page, especially in a big moment here. One thing I really like that is I feel underused in both baseball and softball is when the catcher goes out, you can just talk about the game plan for the next 2 or 3 pitches right there. You can say, okay, let's go rise ball here and then fastball if she doesn't swing. Then you don't have to even give a sign as you get down for the next 2 pitches. I think that's a good way to maybe speed up a hitter. And then also, again, you eliminate some doubt. With runners on, you eliminate the need for multiple signs if you just say, hey, let's go fastball, curve, fastball. Walter got a piece of that, sends it to right field. Long run, grab is made. Bluff on the score, run home from Kaylee Hackett. She fakes it at third and then retreats back. Defensive work solid by Greensboro. Now it'll be a conversation at the mound with the coach. So this will delay things a little bit more. Carly Hudnall is the hitter. Maybe just talking about the pitching plan of attack here against Hudnall because you do have some data after one at bat, and then any other scouting that you've done this season you can combine with that as well. Fun fact for the sports fans, Lynchburg baseball team is taking on Greensboro as well today. Down south in the Tar Heel State. Lynchburg will travel to Greensboro today, and then it's Pfeiffer tomorrow for the Hornets baseball team. So 2 USA South opponents, 2 North Carolina opponents. Lynchburg, meanwhile, as I said, they'll be on the road Thursday, 2 against Salisbury. They'll take on TCNJ in Salisbury on Friday. And then Saturday, it's NYU and Kings. And again, all those games up in Maryland. So 6 there. That'll be somewhat of a grueling road trip, I'd say, for Lynchburg. More grueling on the coaches, though. The players have a lot of fun with those long road trips. But I'm sure by the time Sunday rolls around, everybody will be happy to get home again. Bases loaded for Carly Hudnall here. 2 outs. Huddy swings and misses at that one. Another local product from Rustburg High School. I think the Red Devils softball team got a win yesterday. Carly Hudnall's alma mater. Swings and misses at that one. The mound visit might have really paid off here for Greensboro. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded. See if Hudnall can punch the clock for the Hornets. Nope, swing and a miss. Wow, how about Laura Engel really digging deep to leave the bases loaded there. Good stuff from the senior pitcher for Greensboro. Keeps the shutout intact, 2 complete. Still no score here at Moon Field in Lynchburg. Seven, 8, 9 coming to bat here in the top of the 3rd inning for the Greensboro Pride, facing Kaylee Dorsis. Dorsis in control early. Lynchburg with some great opportunities early. They've left 4 on base, 3 of those in scoring position, and that includes leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the 2nd. I've always said those left on base numbers kind of misleading because the good offensive teams are going to leave more players on base. They just get more players on base. There is something to be said for being able to drive runners in regardless of situation. Strickland on the move, glove side, whistles it across the diamond for the first out of the inning. I just think if you look at the teams that score the most runs in softball and baseball, they're probably going to be the teams that actually leave the most runners on as well. Could be wrong, though. Could be worth a deep dive, potentially. As my producer, director, tennis aficionado, and technical guru Josh Smith just kind of gave me a look. I thought it was a strike. I think it's a 0-1 count. We're still trying to learn the umpires ourselves. You know, the umpire, you get a verbal and a visual signal. Sometimes those can be tough. Yes, I think it's strike 2. Maybe the umpire will hold the hands up and give us the count. Seems to be content with just an 0-2 count, though. 1 out here. Mackenzie Davis, the shortstop, the hitter for Greensboro. See if Dorsis goes with the setup or wants to get her out now. Ground ball, left side. Strickland bobbled. Thought about releasing, but ate it anyway. And it sounds like that's going to be Greensboro's first hit of the game. Base hit for Mackenzie Davis. No hitter gone for Kaylee Dorsis. No problem, though. First runner on for Greensboro. This is the left fielder, Jillian Vitamonte. Comes into the game hitting 150. Nice wide open stance there. And then she'll close off and walk into a bunt, but that's foul. Number 1, Jillian Vitamonte. She is from California, a junior. The only California product on the team for Greensboro. It's mostly North Carolina and then a few Virginia sprinkled in there. We already talked about the freshman Catherine Charlton, her sister from Lynchburg. They're both from Chesapeake, Virginia. So there's one to watch from Virginia, potentially, if she throws the second game. Bunt thrown, pickoff attempt. Madison Barnes had to kind of work around the runner to get the ball. But it does stay in the infield. And it's an 0-2 count now on Jillian Vitamonte. 1 out in the top of the third. Leadoff hitter Madison Dillner on deck for Greensboro. Vitamonte will slap one to the left side right at the third baseman Addison Walter, who makes a strong throw over to Barnes for out number 2. So it will be the leadoff batter, Madison Dillner. Struck out in her first at bat. Came into the game hitting .514 on the season. Madison Dillner, a junior from Leicester, North Carolina. Swing and miss. Big hack there from the lefty. 0-1 count with 2 outs. Lynchburg sends up 2-3-4 in their half of the third. Dorsis looks in, deals. Just missed the plate for ball 1. Looks like she got some positive feedback there from the catcher, Hudnall. Might have been exactly where Lynchburg wanted it. Dawn Simmons, the head coach for Lynchburg, in her 24th season, 696 victories. Coach Simmons likes for the catcher to call the game. That's one that she talked to us about the other day. Just prefers that rhythm, that flow. Catcher knows the pitcher, working with her all the time in the bullpen, in practice. Makes a lot of sense. And now Coach Simmons put the thought about pitch calling on hold as this ball is popped to the shortstop, Jessica Strickland, and that will bring an end, but an end to the top of the third. 1 base hit for Greensboro. They leave 1 stranded. Still a 0-0 ball game at Moon Field in Lynchburg. All right, we're ready for the bottom of the third inning. 0-0 ball game. Lynchburg has 3 hits. They've left 4 stranded. Greensboro 1 hit. And the Pride has left 1 on so far. Just 1 base runner allowed by Kaylee Dorsis. Lexi Powell will show the bunt, pull it back, and take strike 1. We saw Pacific Lutheran use a wristband system to call their pitches in on Friday, to where the coach will yell out a number sequence. Both pitcher and catcher look at the wristband to find the pitch. You could even have your defense wearing that same wristband, and then they would know what pitch was coming. And a lot of teams are calling their pitches that way. Looks like Greensboro has the coach signaling in to the catcher, and then the catcher relays the signs to the pitcher. That's the old school way. Or, again, just have the catcher straight up call it themselves, like Coach Don Simmons prefers for Lynchburg. 1-2 count on Lexi Powell, the right fielder for Lynchburg. Wants to get some time. But, yeah, there's different pros and cons for each way of signaling the pitches in. Umpire was not ready for that pitch. And just couldn't hear everything, but just look at the body language, a little frustration from the umpire there. Laura Engel was ready to rock and roll inside the circle. Here comes another one. Foul ball from Lexi Powell, who just got a piece of that one. Now the catcher, Kelsey Craven, has to adjust something with the gear. It looks like a piece of the gear has actually come detached, fallen apart. She'll walk over and hand it to the coach. Kyle Haney and a cast of, not thousands, but a good cast, a great supporting cast up here in the press box. And, of course, we have our camera operators. Slight bobble there from the catcher, Craven. Lexi Powell didn't realize it, and then she got tagged out. So it's a strikeout. It'll bring up Sarah Watts. High wattage, lots of power and electricity from Megawatt. Sarah Watts. There's just so many nicknames you can go with there. And as long as she continues to just destroy softballs, you'll have to keep thinking about nicknames, or we'll just get one good one and land on it. Strike one. Sarah Watts is 1 for 1 with a double. So now in her last 7 at-bats, she's 7 for 7 with 3 doubles and 2 home runs. Sometimes when you're on one of those heaters, the worst thing is that you have to take a few days off. You don't have any games. You just won another game right away. But it looks like Sarah Watts has picked up right where she left off. Halifax County Comets. Change up for a strike. Looked like Watts actually had it timed up, but just decided maybe the location wasn't what she preferred. Now with 2 strikes, I imagine Watts will be a little less choosy. 1 out. Haley Martin on deck. There's one that just missed. How about the strike zone awareness from Sarah Watts? Elite there as well. Two count on the sophomore from Halifax County. Watts will foul this one back. Bottom of the third on a very sunny day here at Moon Field. I think we were mid-60s when we started the game. Probably a few degrees warmer now. Just a little bit of wind out there. Watts will get a piece of that off the tape. Pretty short run from the catcher, Craven. And Sarah Watts' hot streak has been stalled just slightly. Team has finally figured out how to get Sarah Watts out, at least momentarily anyway. Watts is 1 for 2 with the double. Here comes Haley Martin, struck out in her first at-bat. Came into the game hitting .538, so now it's down to just an even .500 for Haley Martin. 7 for 14 on the season. Wanted the first one. Fouled it over the first base side for strike 1. Lynchburg's 6 road games in a row, and then they'll be back home on Saturday, March 23rd, hosting Sweetbriar. That is, again, another doubleheader. Pretty much everything in softball is a doubleheader. There's always the rare exception. 1-1 count here on Haley Martin. Swings at an outside pitch, strike 2. Yeah, it's home against Sweetbriar on Saturday, March 23rd. So that'll be our next LHSN broadcast. From Moon Field, anyway. But we hope you can join us in person or online, of course. And we're so glad that you're tuned in right now. 0-0 score. Haley Martin, the DP. Let's see if Engel goes with another one of those outside pitches again. Looks like she wants it there. Yep. Craven slides out. And there's a danger in becoming too predictable with your pitching plan. But on the other hand, if you find something that works and you can make it work and you're good at it, stick to it. 2-2 is the count with 2 outs. Same spot. Check swing that time from Haley Martin. I think the Lynchburg offense knows that's what's going on at the moment. It's a question of will Engel and Greensboro start adjusting off of that, go back in a bit more? Who knows? Off-speed pitch. Martin got a piece, slapped it back to the pitcher, and the out is recorded by Laura Engel. Good glove work out there for the right-hander, and it's still a shutout through 3 complete at Moon Field in Lynchburg. The 4th inning has arrived in a fast-moving ball game here at Moon Field. Just 4 hits between the 2 teams early. Pitchers are taking center stage. And there's one right there, the junior Kaylee Dorsis with strike 1. Coming into the game, Dorsis 3-0. She has a 0.88 earned run average. That's 2 earned runs surrendered, 3 total. Struck out 16, walked 5, 4 Ks today, so that number's now up to 20 punch-outs to just 5 walks on the season. And surrendered just the 1 hit so far today. Kaylee Dorsis. Still looking for complete game number 1 on the season. Sure, that's on her list of goals and things she would like to do today against Greensboro. Going to have to be pretty sharp against a Greensboro Pride team that can really swing it, and there you go. Alexis Sox shows us that, stroking a single down the third base line for the 2nd hit of the game for the Pride.
Third base, number 18, Anna
Frazier. Kaylee Dorsis last year was outstanding. She was 10-4 with 2 saves last season. She had 5 complete games last year. 2 of those were shutouts. And the earned run average was 1.90 for Kaylee Dorsis last year. Struck out 90 and just walked 18. That is elite. That is an elite K to walk ratio, which is sometimes a really good number to look at because those are 2 things that the pitcher really has a lot of control over. Here we go. We're getting new cameras put in play. Not just yet, fans. But wait for it. We think we're going to have something exciting coming for you, potentially. If not today, sometime in the near future. I've really botched that build-up now. 2-1. 2-1 is the count. Nobody out. Could be a real threat on here for Greensboro with the middle of the lineup up. This is Anna Frazier. Comes into the game hitting .364. Sophomore doesn't look like got any at-bats last season. She's been doing it so far for the Pride this year. Over .360, hitting with a 3-1 count and a runner on first. And the flavor of the game has changed in such a way that Dawn Simmons will make a mound visit for Lynchburg. So Coach Simmons clearly understanding that this could be a big moment for Greensboro, maybe at about the same time that I understood it. Pride, 8-4 on the season. They've won 3 of their last 4. Had that interesting stat about against ODAC teams last year. Greensboro was 11-3, including a 12-4 victory against Lynchburg. This season, Greensboro 5-3 against the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Pride have got games coming up against Roanoke and Guilford, I believe, still left in the ODAC. Greensboro playing out of the USA South Conference. Ground ball up the middle. Dorsis snares it. There's one. Strickland to first. Did they get it? No. Safe at first. Good fast turn there from Jessica Strickland at short. Nice play by Dorsis to understand the situation and know how much time she had. So it's just a good old-fashioned fielder's choice for Anna Frazier. Our outstanding baseball fan and great friend Laura Porto is on the scoreboard today. And, you know, on those scoreboards, you don't watch out. This ball is smoked. Kelsey Craven liked the first one. Runner will hold at third. No, they're going to send her. Strickland home. Hudnall has it, tagging her out, and a double play coming. Yes, it is. How about that one, softball fans? What a defensive moment for Lynchburg. Tulliumptua gets it into Strickland, who throws home for the first out. And then Lynchburg completes the double play as Hudnall zips it back to third base, and Walter applies the tag. Wow, inning over. Shutout intact. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th after a brief timeout to compose ourselves on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. This is so much fun. As usual here at Moonfield. When is it not a fun day at Moonfield? Lynchburg thought they had a double play earlier in the inning. They get one to end the inning. It's a double down the line by Kelsey Craven. She jumped on a first pitch and roped it. Alyssa Tulliumptua gets the ball in quickly. Strickland relays home. Lynchburg throws the runner out there, and then it's Carly Hudnall to third base. Addison Walter makes the grab and the tag for the second and final out of the inning. So in your scorebook, it's just a good old-fashioned 7-6-2-5 double play. And who doesn't love one of those, softball fans? This is the left fielder, Alyssa Tulliumptua. Hitting with 2 strikes now, nobody out. Kaylee Hackett on deck. Jessica Strickland, the shortstop, is due up third this inning. Well, that was a let's try it again. The top of the 4th there for Greensboro was a 2-hit inning, but they leave none on because of the double play there from Lynchburg. Some fine glove work by the Hornets. That had Coach Dawn Simmons pumped. Did you see the way she sprinted out of the dugout? What a play. Change up that will catch the edge. Man, good pitch. That's one of those big parachute change-ups there. I call it the parachute change-up because the ball comes out of the hand and it's almost like there's a parachute attached to it. It just slows it down and it floats. And it's just such a tough pitch to adjust to, especially when the pitcher has any kind of velocity to go with it, like Engel, because you're getting sped up by her fastball. And she pulls the string, and that changeup floats out. And it's just so difficult to stay back. 5 strikeouts for Laura Engel for Greensboro. Inside pitch to Kaylee Hackett. And it's a 1-1 count with 1 out. Hackett taps this one to short. Pretty easy play at the edge of the infield dirt for out number 2. This brings up the shortstop, Jessica Strickland.
Now batting, shortstop number 8, Jessica Strickland.
Strickland on the season is hitting .538 now. That includes a base hit. In her first at bat today. That was a bunt single, if you recall, fans. Tried to bunt once. Greensboro let it spin foul. The second bunt stayed in play, and Strickland was motoring down the line. Speed very much in her skill set. There's another one of those floating change-ups. This time it misses. That's the other thing. It's not just the speed difference with that change-up from Engel. As a hitter, it's hard to tell where it's going to end up because it's just coming in on a completely different arc and line. Way it floats in there. Ball 2. Strickland with a 2-1 count, hitting with 2 outs. Strickland took a good hack at that one. All air on that attempt. 2-2. Bottom of the 4th. Still 0-0 softball. Feels like every moment from here on is going to be tension-filled. Strickland shows the bunt, but this is just for timing purposes. She's going to swing it and swings and misses. 6th strikeout of the game for Laura Engel. She is rolling in complete control. Shutout softball for both pitchers. Through 4 complete at Moon Field. Second at bat for Micaiah Simmons. The designated player struck out in her first appearance against Kaylee Dorsis. Dorsis has surrendered 3 hits now, including the double by Kelsey Craven, who ended up getting thrown out on the bases after Lynchburg hosed the go-ahead run, would-be go-ahead run at the plate. Yeah, Dorsis surrenders 3 hits so far. She struck out 4, including both Simmons and Iva Ray, who's on deck. Upstairs for strike 2. 1-2 count. Simmons has hit .238 in 7 games this season. As a freshman, she hit .296. Got a piece of that one. Lynchburg's got 8-9-1 due up in their half of the fifth. Got to get there first, though. Simmons was early. Got that one off the cap to stay alive again. Dorsey's on the season now. 20 strikeouts to just 5 walks. Elite command. We mentioned the number from last year, the K to walk ratio for Kaylee Dorsey. Got another strikeout. She's up to 21, 5 in the game. And that is out number 1 of the 5th inning. This is Ivy Ray. Ivy Ray is a junior. She hit .320 last year. For the Pride, threw in a couple doubles and 2 triples as well. Showing the bunt there from the left side. Rigdon Lambeth is on deck, who grounded out to the shortstop. This is the second time through the order for Greensboro. Good job by Kaylee Dorsey to get one on the outer edge for strike 1. 1-1 count with 1 out. High heat up and away. Now the count is 2-1. Again, back to the velocity. Dorsey looks like she has it today. Definitely some gas in her tank. I don't know if I'd say she's throwing harder than good placement there on the bunt, but it will trickle foul. Ivy Ray will have to hit with a 2-2 count. I don't want to say Dorsey is throwing harder than she was on Friday because, you know, it's tough when it was 3 days ago to exactly remember mentally. But it does look like she's got a little noticeable velocity jump. Maybe she's just throwing more fastballs today, whereas she was throwing more off speed on Friday against the Lutes of Pacific Lutheran. Got another strikeout. This one looking as Ivy Ray could not pull the trigger on an outside fastball. Make it 6 strikeouts in the game now for Kaylee Dorsey. Well, she's got a good game plan on Simmons and Ray. She struck them out 2 times apiece. That's 4 of her 6 strikeouts between those 2 hitters. Lambeth grounded out to short in her first at bat. So, yeah, if we had the radar gun or the pocket radar or some other form to measure the velocity, we could maybe tell definitively if Dorsey was throwing harder. But I think I can say without reservation that she must feel good because it looks like she's just chunking that yellow ball in there. 2-0 count, though, on Lambeth. As we give all the accolades to Kaylee Dorsey. There's a strike. That'll move things to 2-1. How good has Laura Engel been? She has allowed just 3 Lynchburg hits. She has struck out 5 herself, and no walks for Engel as well. Elite control from these 2 right-handers. And we're still building up a potential Charlton on Charlton sister pitching matchup in game 2. Potentially, because you never know. But it's been talked about and discussed. And just to let you know, fans, good pitch there from Dorsey. Went back inside. She may have taken something off that. That might have been the little screwball there, potentially, from Dorsey. Good spot, though. Full count now. Let's see how she goes after Lambeth. Dorsey is ready. Fires. This ball ripped by the diving second baseman, Sarah Watts. That's the 4th hit of the ball game for Greensboro. Good job by Lambeth to work a nice long at bat and finally get something she could sink her teeth into. On first base for Mackenzie Davis. Shortstop actually had the first hit of the game for Greensboro. Sort of a tapper to the left side. We'll see if the Pride can keep it going. Just back to that potential great pitching matchup in game 2. Oh, that ball's going to stay fair. It actually started foul, and then the spin took it back fair, and that's an out. Good play at third base by Addison Walter to be ready for that and then to throw a strike across the dirt for the third out of the inning. Shutout still intact for Kaylee Dorsis. Let's see if the Hornets offense can get rolling in the bottom of the fifth. See, this is what we're bringing to the table right here. You get some shots of the activity on Lakeside Drive in Lynchburg. A great thing about the setting here at Moon Field is that we really are on Lakeside Drive. Sometimes the broadcasters will say that in various Lynchburg sporting events, but you cannot get any closer to Lakeside than you can here at Moon Field. First pitch swung on, ground ball to short, close play at first, but the Pride got Madison Barnes. One out for Addison Walter, who I think has played a really good third base. The hot corner, always tough. But Addison Walter has made it look easier anyway. Still, it doesn't look easy, the plays she's making, but Addison Walter's making it look easier. Fastball up and in for ball number one. Laura Engel continues to impress. Talked about that potential matchup in Game 2 between Emily Charlton. She has started 2 for Lynchburg, and her last game was a complete game shutout here at home against Pacific Lutheran. So we expect Charlton to get the ball for the Hornets. You never know. That can change. But we expect Emily Charlton to probably start. And Catherine Charlton is a freshman for Greensboro. She has started 4, appeared in 6. She has 1 complete game herself and a 1-0 record. Long play over there by the Greensboro third baseman, completed successfully. Anna Frazier throwing out her counterpart at first base. So here's Carly Hudnall. Hudnall becomes the first player on either squad to get a third at bat in this game. Hudnall popped out to the shortstop and struck out. Lynchburg has scored some runs this year with 2 out rallies. And that's obviously a great time to do it with your leadoff hitter in the top of the order up. But against good pitchers like the senior Laura Engel, runs are never easy to come by, and this game is proof of that. We have a full-blown pitchers duel on our hands now, fans. The duel on Lakeside right now between Dorsis and Engel. 1-1 count for the catcher for Lynchburg, Carly Hudnall. Bats with that split grip. She fouls one towards Lakeside Drive, but it will stay on this side of the roadway. Hudnall uses that split grip with a noticeable gap in between the two hands. And the thought there was a little bit better bat control. Sacrifice a little bit of power, they say. And I guess it was supposedly Ty Cobb was the great that used to use that. Although I think a lot of those old school baseball guys hit with that split grip, but then it sort of fell out of favor over the years. One-two count with 2 outs. How much do you think Bryce Harper could improve the average hitting with the split grip? Or would there be any improvement? Perhaps he just still hit the same thing, average-wise. Here comes the 2-strike pitch to Hudnall. That's a ball. Don't know if you can quite see it in the camera shot or not, the view of Hudnall's hands. And she's clearly not the only softball player that does that. Now we have to look and see who else is doing it for both these squads. 2-2. Huddy puts a charge into this one. Center fielder Ray was on the move nicely to make the grab in the left center gap. And the 5th inning is over. The pitcher's duel continues for these two squads. Greensboro and Lynchburg knotted up at 0s apiece. Number 1, Jillian Vitamonti leads off for Greensboro. The left fielder from California grounded out to the third baseman in her first at bat. And then it's the top of the order due back up for Greensboro. So Kaylee Dorsis has allowed 4 hits, no walks. And Laura Engel has allowed 3 Lynchburg hits. There was 1 Greensboro error in there. And it really has been a pitcher's duel today at Moon Field. So far, anyway. You know how softball can just turn on a dime. The offenses can wake up. Pitchers do get tired also. I think that's the toughest one. Oh, that ball's going to get under Strickland's glove. That's probably going to go down as an error, I would think. Official score agrees with me. It's going to be an E6 there for Lynchburg's Jessica Strickland. And it's a runner on, leadoff runner on. Here's Madison Dillner. Junior right fielder came into the game hitting .514. That's taken a bit of a dip as she's popped out to the shortstop and then struck out. Oh, speaking of popping up, Dorsis off the circle, off the mound, pretty easily out of the circle to catch that bunt. Not what Greensboro would have wanted from a sacrifice bunt chance. And now there's 1 out. Alexis Sox is 1 for 2. Base hit came in her second at bat. She struck out in her first. Here's a mound visit from 24th year head coach Dawn Simmons. 1 losing season for Dawn Simmons in her career, and that was her first season. Couple 500 years in there exactly, including the COVID season where Lynchburg was 8-8. But no losing seasons in a really long time for Dawn Simmons. I wonder if she even remembers that. Of course, Dawn Simmons is one of those coaches that's so focused on the present team. If she does remember, she's probably not going to care. We talked about she didn't seem to really be too thrilled about the 700 win mark coming up. Coach Simmons currently 696 victories in her career. I think it'll have an impact when she finally gets to 700. I think it's one where she'll stop and smell the roses for a little bit and recognize just how successful she and her teams have been. But you can't do it without the players. Coach Simmons will definitely tell you that. But I think it is a sign of longevity and her skill as a coach. Got to build a good coaching staff around you as well. She said this coaching staff is like family. We treat each other like that, and we get into it, and we try to give the most we can for our team. Alexis Sox One strike after a foul ball. One out. Runner on first. Almost chased a high one, but laid off. Now the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Dorsis in the circle still for Lynchburg. Laura Engel twirling a gem on her side for the green and black of Greensboro. Here's a pop-up. The first baseman, Madison Barnes, will work her way over and call off Dorsis for the second out of the inning.
Third base, number 18,
Anna Frazier is 0 for 2. There's a fielder's choice in there. Sophomore Anna Frazier came into the game hitting .364. 2 outs with a runner on first. Fastball pick attempt from Carly Hudnall over to first. Runner was back in plenty of time. Kaylee Dorsis, the earned run average is a minuscule 0.88 at the moment. Here comes the windup upstairs again from Dorsis. And that's one of those pitches that you don't know as an outside observer if Dorsis tried to go upstairs. That was part of the plan, or perhaps that was a miss. Maybe that was a little bit higher than she wanted. I think a lot of coaches will tell you, even on that pitch upstairs, the rise of the high fastball, try to keep it at neck height. You don't really want it at letter height because that's a ball that a good hitter can really tattoo. But if you can get that rise ball or that high fastball at neck height, right under the chin of the batter, that's the really good one. Any higher than that, and it becomes easier for them to lay off of. 1-2 count. Dorsis, looks like she got that slightly elevated, but no problem in center field for Kaylee Hackett. And the inning is over. Runner left stranded for Greensboro. Lynchburg's coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning. All right, a pinch hitter for Lynchburg offensively in the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Alex DiNardo. She was the hero, one of the heroes, but the hero in the walk-off victory against Pacific Lutheran Friday. Drove in the winning run off the bench. I think Alex DiNardo is embracing this off-the-bench role here for Lynchburg. Facing Laura Engel. The senior continues to impress. DiNardo is in for Lexi Powell. And Alex DiNardo, a sophomore from Moseley, Virginia. Swings at that and fouls it back. Sarah Watts waiting on deck. Sarah Watts has gotten out today. That is almost breaking news with what she has been doing lately. Sarah Watts is 1 for 2 with a double. 1 of 3 hits for Lynchburg. Believe it or not, the Hornets do not have a hit since the 2nd inning. So it has been, let's see, there was an error in there as well. But after that, you're looking at 11 straight retired for Laura Engel. Laura Engel has sat down 11 straight for Greensboro. We'll see if this is the inning where Lynchburg can heat up again. Hornets have stranded 4 in this one, 3 of those in scoring position. But really, Engel has gotten better since the game has gone on. That's one that I always talk about with pitching. Sometimes you get more feel as the game goes on. You start figuring out the releases a bit more, might get a little looser as the game goes on. So maybe you do gain some velocity. Figure out the other team's hitters a bit. They have a chance to figure you out too, but you can figure out the hitters based on swings. Here's one tap, left side, could be trouble. DiNardo hustling, but dug out of there by the first baseman, Alexis Sox. That is out number 1 of the inning. So here is Sarah Watts. 1 for 2 on the day, right at 500 on the season. And the monster day on Friday against Pacific Lutheran. 2 home runs, 2 doubles. Scored the game-winning run in the walk-off victory. It was 6 for 6 total on Friday against the Lutes of Pacific Lutheran. Last season, Sarah Watts hit .353. There's a fastball that catches the edge, strike 2. Watts has gone to a 2-strike count, I think, in every at-bat today. Not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. And does not strike out very often as well. Oh, confirmation it's a 1-1 count. Okay. Good awareness there by Sarah Watts. Off-speed pitch in the dirt. Watts lays off. Now a hitter's count here at 2-1. For the sophomore from Halifax County High School, Sarah Watts from South Boston, Virginia. Here's the pitch. That ball missed up and away. Now it's really a plus count for somebody like Sarah Watts. See if she's all in right here. Watts can hit homers without going all in. We'll see if she loads up for a little extra. Red batting gloves for Sarah Watts. Wants the changeup. Lifts it into left center. It's deep and gone. Another home run for Sarah Watts. Megawatt. How about it? The high wattage hero strikes again. First run of the game, solo home run for Sarah Watts. My goodness, what a tear she is on. That is hit number 4 of the game for Lynchburg. Watts has 2 of them, a double and a homer. I am blown away with Sarah Watts right now. I don't know how you cannot be impressed. Coach Don Simmons is chatting with the umpire. I think we've got a new hitter coming in, and it looks like Coach Meredith Mills wants to take a mound visit. She has her lineup card out. We could see a new pitcher, although you could really argue that Laura Engel has not done much wrong, just surrendering 4 hits. But 2 of them are to Sarah Watts, who has been victimizing every pitcher she's seen this season. Although a little slow start for Sarah Watts, I will say that. She was hitting under 200 before that doubleheader on Friday. But she is well over that now. Number 21, Anna Grace Terrell, is pinch hitting for Lynchburg. Terrell is hitting .500 on the season at 2 hits in 4 at-bats. Anna Grace Terrell will step in and pinch hit for the DP, Haley Martin. Anna Grace Terrell is a junior from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. One nothing. Lynchburg leading. My goodness, Sarah Watts. I'm blown away. I'm not quite speechless, but I'm close. Sarah Watts continues to bang balls out of Moon Field. I might be rendered speechless, though. Terrell, left-handed hitter, still facing Laura Engel. It was just a mound visit from the coach. not a pitching change. There is a pitcher warming up beyond the fence in the bullpen for Greensboro. So they have another option available, or soon to be available, I guess we could say. 2-0 count for Anna Grace Terrell. We thought Sarah Watts might go all in on a 3-1 pitch, and she sure did. It was that floating changeup that Watts timed up and sent over the left center wall. So much fun to watch Sarah Watts swing the bat right now. Hopefully she can continue this heater as Lynchburg makes a trip to Maryland to play 6 games against some good comp as well. Competition will be stout at Salisbury, Maryland. 3-0 count here for Anna Grace Terrell as Engel seems to have struggled to find the zone briefly. There's a strike. And now it's 3-1. Alyssa Tulliumtua on deck. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Kaylee Hackett, the center fielder, in the hole right now with 1 out. Alex DiNardo pinch hit for Lexi Powell and grounded out. And Sarah Watts hit the solo home run. The way Dorsis is pitching might be all Lynchburg needs. Never that easy, though. Full count to Terrell. Ooh, laser right at the third baseman. Can't feel bad about that, I don't think, if you're Anna Grace Terrell. She hit that right on the nose, but that is an out. And the second one of the inning. We'll note that that was a line drive in the scorebook by Anna Grace Terrell. It will be a pinch hitter for Tulliumtua. Looks like it is going to be Abby Lockhart. Number 27, Abby Lockhart, comes into the game. 1 for 4. She's played in 2, started 2. Abby Lockhart's driven in 3. So it's a new look for Lynchburg here. 3 pinch hitters in the inning. One of the things that Coach Dawn Simmons loves. Keeps everybody active, engaged, never know when your time is coming. And so often those changes come in close ball games, late. I love the way Coach Simmons is unafraid to go to her bench, unafraid to throw new players in the spotlight and give them a chance. A lot of opportunity. And sometimes it's less pressure on one of those subs because various reasons there, various lines of thinking. But I think sometimes as a sub, if you come in late, maybe you're not expected to do as much, so it's just a bonus if you do run into a base hit or an extra base hit. Again, different schools of thought there, and everybody thinks differently. Some players feel the pressure more than others. I would argue a little pressure release and relief after Sarah Watts' solo home run, though. Lynchburg holding on to the 1-0 lead now. Abby Lockhart, a sophomore from Suffolk, Virginia, Nansman River High School. 2-1 count for Lockhart against Engel. Engel went inside, caught the corner there. Pitching plan early for Greensboro was stay away. Now they do seem to be using both sides of the plate with more regularity. Away target here, though. Lockhart slashes at it and fouls it away. Another 2-2 pitch coming up with 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th. Wow. How big is that for Dorsis? You go into the inning tied, and now Dorsis only needs to get 3 more outs for a complete game shutout of her own. Swing and a miss from Lockhart. Inning is over. All right, we head to the 7th inning. Let's see if Lynchburg can close it down, get a 1-0 victory, and see if they can make that Sarah Watts solo home run stand up and be enough. The catcher, Kelsey Craven, will lead off for Greensboro. She had a double in her last at bat. That was that exciting play where Craven doubles. Lynchburg gets to it. They go from left field to the shortstop relay to home to throw out what would have been the first run of the game. And then Craven tried to advance to third after her double and got thrown out there to end the inning. An amazing defensive moment that should not be forgotten, and how could you forget it in a 1-0 game? If this stands up, you can think back to that play right there, and you can think back to some great pitching from Kaylee Dorsis. She continues to impress in the circle. Dorsis has surrendered 4 hits. She struck out 6, 0 walks. Micaiah Simmons, the designated player, sophomore, hits with 1 out now. She has struck out twice. Ivy Ray has struck out twice against Kaylee Dorsis. Boy, good hack from Simmons. You don't have to question the technique or the power potential that's in that swing. Simmons is going to take a timeout to go chat with her coach, Meredith Mills. Greensboro beat Lynchburg 12-4 last year. Don't know how much Coach Simmons used the revenge factor as a motivational tool or not. In a long softball season, 40-plus games, a lot of times one loss here or there can kind of get forgotten about, and who knows how much the Lynchburg players even talked about that game last season. Plus, it's just a new season, new team, new year. But some coaches play that up. Some players, it's a big deal to them, as now our umpires are chatting a bit after Simmons went down to have the chat with her head coach. I think the umpires are going to be ready to rock and roll here in a second. Maybe not. The conversation is taking a little longer. No word to either coach, though, after the umpires confirm. So not exactly sure what it could have been about. Dorsis is ready to go here. 0-1 count with 1 out. See if she can finish off a really good performance. This is game 1 of 2. We'll have our little 30, 45-minute break, and then we'll be back with action in game 2 between Greensboro and Lynchburg shortly following the conclusion of this one. Dorsis, 2 strikes. Simmons got a piece. And if you're Dorsis, you're pitching with full confidence, but you know that Simmons has got some power. And it's just a 1-0 game. If you're up multiple runs, that could change the pitching plan a little bit, but you know you got to be somewhat cautious. Simmons, 1 home run on the season. Ground ball, left side, slightly bobbled, but gathered in time for the second out of the inning. Lynchburg is 1 out away now from win number 7 on the season. It would be win number 697 in the career of Dawn Simmons.
Now batting, center fielder number 4, Ivy Ray.
Kaylee Dorsis last season got 10 wins. Threw a couple saves in there as well. Bouncing ball up the middle. Ooh, deflected off Dorsis's glove. That's a base hit, and it will be hit number 5 for Greensboro. The potential tying run is on base. The winning run is in the batter's box in the form of Rigdon Lambeth. The second baseman is 1 for 2 in this game. Lynchburg would, of course, get a chance to answer in the bottom of the 7th, being the home team. But Dorsis doesn't want to let it get that far. Swing and miss. Good pitch there from Dorsis. I don't know if it was a curveball, it just slightly went away, or maybe just a fastball that stayed out there. Dorsis was 10-4 last year. She's 3-0 this season. Off-speed pitch. That's a strike. 0-2 count. Let's see what Dorsis goes with. 11 complete games in her career, none this season yet. Still early, obviously. This is start number 4 for Kaylee Dorsis. 0-2 delivery coming up with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Up and away for ball number 1. Tying run for Greensboro is on first base. Rigdon Lambeth is the hitter. Here comes Dorsis again. 1-2. Ground ball, right side. Sarah Watts will collect and throw. It's a complete game shutout victory for Kaylee Dorsis. Third shutout of her career. 1-0. It was Sarah Watts, the high wattage hero again. A solo home run for Watts. She was 2 for 3. Lynchburg improves to 7-0 on the season. Greensboro will move to 8-5. We will be back in about 30 minutes to discuss this one and get you ready for game number 2 between the Pride and the Hornets. It's coming up next. Lynchburg wins it 1-0 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Hello again, softball fans. We are back from Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Kyle Haney spending some time with you. Laura Porto is on the controls now. We've got Josh on the cameras, and we've got you, the final piece of the puzzle, the fans. Thank you for watching. Lynchburg wins game number 1, a shutout in the circle for Kaylee Dorsis, her third complete game shutout of her career. First of this season. Dorsis now improves to 4-0 on the year. The numbers are outstanding. In the game, she struck out 7 and walked 0. 5 Greensboro hits scattered in there. Offensively for Lynchburg, the story of the show was, again, Sarah Watts, the high wattage hero. Megawatt does it again with a solo home run in the bottom of the 6th. 2 for 3 in the game for Sarah Watts. So now, in her last 3 games, she's 8 for 9 with 3 home runs and 3 doubles. These are video game numbers for Sarah Watts. It's like alien numbers right now for Sarah Watts, and we'll see if her hot streak continues in this one. And we get to meet some new faces, including new pitchers. It is the sister-on-sister pitching matchup that we hoped we might get. Emily Charlton versus Kate Charlton. M. Charlton in the circle right now for Lynchburg, the lefty wearing the white with the red socks and sleeves. Emily Charlton has been outstanding this season. She is 2-0 with a complete game shutout. 1 save as well. The complete game shutout for Charlton came in game 1 on Friday against Pacific Lutheran. Her counterpart in the circle for Greensboro will be her sister, freshman Kate Charlton. The dad was excited, obviously, but you got to feel like your allegiances will be torn and conflicted. But still, I mean, well, what a moment for 2 sisters to pitch for 2 separate teams in the same game. I'm sure it's happened somewhere before. You would think, I don't have any conclusive evidence that it's happened before, but you would think in all of sports it's probably happened. I know in baseball it's happened in big league baseball with the Necro brothers and also the Perry brothers. I know they pitched against each other. But let's go back to softball. I feel like at some point it's happened, fans. But it's going to be a really cool moment. Already a cool moment. It's a full count to Madison Dillner. Dillner leading off for Greensboro. Greensboro's lineup slightly different, although I think it's the same 9 in there. Just some order has been shuffled around. Dillner leads off. Jillian Vitamonte is second. Alexis Sox third. Kelsey Craven cleanup. Anna Frazier fifth. Ivy Ray sixth. Kaya Simmons 7th, Rigdon Lambeth 8th, and Mackenzie Davis rounds out the starting lineup. There's a free pass issued in the first base runner for Greensboro. Charlton pitching for Lynchburg. This is appearance number 4, start number 3. Bunt shown here, but it's foul. Lynchburg has made some changes. Anna Grace Terrell is the DP. She'll lead off. Madison Barnes still at first. Sarah Watts at second. Shortstop will be Georgia Thompson. And then also we have Lexi Powell doing the catching. So there's 2 big changes at shortstop and at catcher. 2 key spots on a defense, obviously. In the outfield looks to be the same. Taliumtua in left, Kaylee Hackett in center. In right, that's Bree Hodges in right. Yeah, because Lexi Powell played right field in game 1. So there is a change in right field as well to go along with the obvious pitching changes. 1-2 count on Vitamonte, the left fielder for Greensboro. As we get our lineup cards all in working order. Strikeout. And it's out number 1 of the game. And it will bring up Alexis Sox. Sox was 1 for 3 in game 1. 1 of 5 Greensboro hits. And we did run down, of course, the great pitching performance from Kaylee Dorsis and the offense from Sarah Watts. Solo home run is enough. But what about a fine defensive play that Lynchburg made in, that was inning number 4, that Greensboro got a double down the left field line. Taliumtua got to it, sent it into the shortstop Jessica Strickland, who relayed home quickly for out number 1, and then Lynchburg threw to third to get the second out, which ended up being the third out of the inning. Major excitement, and in hindsight, the biggest defensive play of the game. Georgia Thompson will field and throw across for out number 2. Kelsey Craven in the box with 2 down in the top of the first, runner on second. So, yeah, that defensive play, it felt big at the time, and then when the game ends up being just 1-0, well, you know it's even bigger than that. You know it ends up being the biggest play in hindsight. Lynchburg defensively was pretty solid all the way around. I think one error for Lynchburg last game defensively. Getting confirmation from Laura Porto, who was paying attention. We won't mention Porto anymore. Foul ball on Alexis Sox. Or excuse me, Kelsey Craven, I'm sorry. Sox grounded out to the shortstop. Craven hit that double down the left field line and was eventually thrown out at third base on the same play. Craven sprays this one to right. Might be catchable. Nope. Foul ball. And we'll try it all over again. Lynchburg hitting the road this weekend for 6 games up in Salisbury, Maryland. We've been talking about Lynchburg's schedule quite a bit. Greensboro will be on the road Saturday, taking on Roanoke College, another one of those ODAC opponents. Last season, Greensboro was 11-3 against ODAC teams. This year, 5-4 against the Old Dominion Athletic Conference thus far. Greensboro's record now after game 1 is at 8-5. Lynchburg still undefeated at 7-0. A win here would be Lynchburg's best start since 2019, and when they made the NCAA Super Regional, NCAA Championship Series. And this is also the first time Lynchburg has beaten Greensboro since 2019. Could this be a year to remember for the Lynchburg Hornets softball team? It's already been a year to remember, but things to come might be great as well. There's the third out recorded in center field, and Greensboro strands 1. We'll get to see a new lineup from Lynchburg offensively. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Here we go, the Hornets hit in the bottom of the first. It's Anna Grace Terrell leading off. Madison Barnes will hit second. Sarah Watts third. Alyssa Tellium to a fourth. Bree Hodges fifth. Kaylee Hackett hits sixth. Addison Walters seventh. Georgia Thompson, the shortstop, eighth. And Lexi Powell, who hit second in game 1, will bat ninth here in game 2. Game number 8 of the season for Lynchburg. Game number 14 for Greensboro. It is the freshman, Kate Charlton, the sister of Lynchburg's pitcher, Emily Charlton, in the circle, both left-handed. I think you notice that comparison right away. And we'll have to search for some other comparisons between the two Charlton sisters dueling in the circle today. We had a great pitcher's duel in game one. Tough loss to take there for Greensboro pitcher Laura Engel. Laura Engel's now 5-2 on the season, but you got to think she only gave up 4 hits. Engel also walked none, but gave up the big fly, the solo slam to Sarah Watts in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's a walk issued by Charlton. So both Charlton sisters have actually let the first base runner on there. And this is Madison Barnes, the first baseman for Lynchburg, was 0 for 2 in game one. Did reach via a shortstop error. As Charlton looks in, got the sign, ready to rip. Bunted foul, our umpire with a little dodge to get out of the way of that one. 0-1 count on Madison Barnes. If I'm Sarah Watts, I am just itching to get in there and swing the bat some more. We got to get some more insight from Sarah Watts and her hitting approach. What is she doing? But because it's so good right now. Foul ball, 0-2 will be the count. We did get a chance to talk to Sarah Watts after the games Friday. And as mentioned, the interview still available to you fans. We hope you'll check that out. Long Branch Penny Whistle produced that one. We had a great time with Long Branch after Friday's game, during Friday's game as well. 1-2 count as that ball is off the plate for ball one.
No, I shot the interview. He's talking about
Greensboro 33-10 last season. Very impressive. This one slapped foul over the first baseman's head. Lynchburg 24-19 last year, 11-9 in the ODAC. 12 seasons of 30 wins or more for Coach Dawn Simmons in her illustrious career, which now features 697 victories. That one just missed. 2-2's the count. And we should mention, softball fans, sign up for the email alerts at lynchburgsports.com. The sign-up link is at the bottom of every recap that we know that you check out. And those box scores. There's strike 3. Slightly delayed call, but it was strike 3. And it's out number 1 of the bottom of the first inning. Here comes Sarah Watts. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? The umpire's saying it's a full count, interestingly enough. The umpires are going to get together and consult about what the count is. There were multiple foul balls, and we were quite sure that, yeah, they got that right. Dawn Simmons may not like it, but the umpires got that right. There were multiple foul balls in there. So it is a strikeout looking.
Now batting, second base, number 7.
And it will be Sarah Watts. Best hitter on the planet right now. That's probably a bold statement. Let's say best hitter in the zip code right now. Sarah Watts is 8 for her last 9 with 3 home runs and 3 doubles. Of course, that dates back to Friday's doubleheader against Pacific Lutheran, where she did not get out. She did make an out in game 1, popped out to the catcher, had a double and a home run around that lone out. Strike 2 on Sarah Watts. Good attack there from Kate Charlton, freshman. Not backing down, at least not momentarily anyway. Let's see what she goes with to Sarah Watts. Off-speed pitch, another one of those floating change-ups that just missed. Good eye there from Sarah Watts. Watts hit the change-up out in that solo home run in game 1, the bottom of the 6th inning in game 1. Let's see if Watts is at it again here. Ooh, swing and miss on a heater outside. Big pitch there from Kate Charlton to get Watts to chase. Back-to-back strikeouts. And this is the left fielder, number 17, Alyssa Tulliumtua. Tulliumtua was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in game 1. Factored defensively, though, with that play where Lynchburg not only cut down a runner at home plate, but also worked it into a double play. Tulliumtua hits with an 0-1 count. Charlton really going after these Lynchburg hitters now after a leadoff walk. There was a off-speed pitch that rolled into the catcher. Catcher is Kelsey Craven again. She's had the pads on for both games of this doubleheader, at least thus far anyway. Tulliumtua rips at that one and fouls it back. Count is now 1-2 with 2 strikes. It is spring break week here on campus. We've still got a nice crowd, though. We've still got plenty of athletic events going on. Ball in the dirt. Good read by the runner to take off and to get into second base. That was Anna Grace Terrell that saw that one low and then also skipped by the catcher slightly. It has been ruled a wild pitch. Tulliumtua will swing at this. Charlton might have to hustle. She does catch and spin, flipping to first and getting the final out of the inning. Zeros on the board through 1 complete in game 2 at Moon Field. Second inning about to get underway from Moon Field in Lynchburg. Anna Frazier, the third baseman, will lead it off. Ivy Ray due up second. Micaiah Simmons, the DP, will be up third facing Emily Charlton. We get a check swing appeal, and it will be strike 1. Charlton, the record unblemished on the season, 2-0 with a save. She has been elite thus far, and really in a career that has been that for Charlton. This 1-2 punch for Lynchburg between her and Dorsis is outstanding, and I think will continue to be all season long. You just know you're going to get the consistency, and you know you're going to get some days like game 1 where Dorsis is got really good stuff in the circle, almost unhittable stuff. She did surrender 5 hits. But Dorsis, the shutout, gets her team in position to win. Got some help from the defense. And, of course, Emily Charlton had the shutout Friday. So same type of thing. When they're on, they're really on. I mean, they've got that no-hit kind of stuff. And at minimum, you're going to get a really quality start. They're going to keep you in the game. There are other pitching options for Lynchburg, of course. Logan Curtis has made 1 appearance. Bree Carter, 2. Amela Clausen has made 3 appearances and 1 start. Here's a ground ball to the right side for the first out of the inning. And Ivy Ray, the center fielder, will hit with 1 away in the top of the second. But I just want to talk a little bit more about these outstanding career numbers from Emily Charlton here while we have some time early in this game. Ray comes out and takes strike 1. Charlton is a senior lefty from Chesapeake, Virginia. Second team all ODAC performer last year. Her sophomore season, she was 13-5. Last year as a junior, she was 10-7. The career numbers, she's 31-15 with just a 2.16 earned run average. 21 complete games, 6 shutouts, including the most recent one on Friday. So it really has, as that ball got fouled off a Ray's foot. She's going to try to shake that off. But the career numbers for Emily Charlton, 7 saves in there as well. They're mind-boggling. Here's a mind-boggling stat. 184 strikeouts to just 39 walks. 184 Ks to 39 base on balls. Let's do the math on that really quick. 184 divided by 39. That means the K to walk ratio is 4.72. She'll get another strikeout. So it'll go up slightly, but 4.72, that means she strikes out over 4.5 batters for everyone that she walks. Elite command, elite stuff as well. Really moves it nicely as Simmons will foul one off her own dugout for strike one. Micaiah Simmons, the DP, came into game number 1 hitting .238 in 7 games. She was 0 for 3. Ground ball left side, strong throw across, and the second inning is done. Lynchburg has retired 6 in a row, and it's still 0-0 through 1.5 at Moon Field. Bottom of the second inning, Bree Hodges will lead it off for Lynchburg. Kaylee Hackett on deck. The umpire, I guess, asking Bree Hodges to put something inside the back pocket there. Hackett is on deck. We were in the midst of saying that. Third baseman Addison Walter batting third in this inning. Walter just made a good play defensively for Lynchburg. Really been impressed with her. This will be the 4th game that I've seen Lynchburg play in person this season. Watched a little bit on the broadcast, but in person you see so much, and you do, I think, notice some things maybe that you don't normally see on the broadcast. So always fun to get out to the ballpark, learn more about these players. Coach Dawn Simmons said we're still learning what everybody can do, even those players that have been on the team. Take somebody like Sarah Watts. I mean, I think you learn more about her game every single time, even though she proved it last season. 2 ODAC Player of the Week awards last year, 1 this year. The sky is really the limit. Maybe there is no limit for Sarah Watts and the things she can accomplish in her Lynchburg career. This is Bree Hodges. Bree Hodges on the season coming in 2 for 5, 400. She's got a walk in there as well. Hodges rips that one and fouls it back. Bree Hodges is a senior. from Roanoke, Virginia. William Byrd high school teammate and cousin of Lexi Powell. Hodges actually pinch hit for Powell on Friday. That was kind of a fun one. Another foul ball from Bree Hodges. Bree Hodges last season hit .273 in 12 starts, 24 games total. Lasers one down the right field line, but it's foul. A long at bat here for Bree Hodges as she continues to fight things off as the leadoff hitter in this second inning for Lynchburg. Facing Kate Charlton, freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia. Good eyeball there from Bree Hodges. That was an impressive take on a ball that looked pretty close. What a view there from that center field cam. Need to watch that a little bit more. I'll get a better vantage point on some things. Here's a full count pitch. Another foul ball. The refurbished press box at Moon Field. Spacious, climate controlled. It's fabulous up here. I could just hang out up here, which we have been doing, and we've really enjoyed it. Another two-strike pitch coming. Hodges rips this one down the line. Another foul ball. So close. I would estimate less than 2 feet from that line. That's conservative. I would say a more bang-on estimate. I bet that ball was 11 inches foul. But my eyesight is not that good. So let's just stick with the less than 2 feet line. Bree Hodges still working. This one will stay fair. Could end up being a tough play, but it is the first out of the bottom of the second inning. Long at bat there. We had an at bat in the Pacific Lutheran game. We had the 7-minute at bat, which featured an illegal pitch, and then the umpires had to talk about that. Then we lost track of the count, and there was at least 6 or 7 foul balls in there. Who was the hitter? Georgia Thompson was the hitter. Thank you, Tim. And I apologize, softball fans, for not remembering. I bet you there's a Lynchburg fan that was just watching the broadcast and knew immediately that was Georgia Thompson. Because you don't forget an at bat like that, that ball will just get over the shortstop's glove, and that's the first hit of the game for Lynchburg, Kaylee Hackett. On board is the second base runner. In the bottom of the second, it'll bring up the third baseman, Addison Walter. Walter was 0 for 2 in game 1. Coming into the game, Addison Walter was .455 on the season average-wise. Lynchburg now has hit 6 home runs. Their opponent still 0. Sarah Watts has 3 of them. She has been a power plant. Sarah Watts has provided the electricity for Lynchburg. On this Tuesday, not in this game yet, but on this Tuesday and all season long. Addison Walter, she can do some damage of her own. There's another foul ball. Walter's a senior, really steady presence on the team her entire career. Addison Walter started 38 games last season and hit .257. She had a home run and 6 doubles. Ball 1-1-2 count with 1 out. Watts is the plural form of watt, which is a unit of power. It is used to quantify the rate of energy transfer. The watt is named in honor of James Watt, who was an 18th century Scottish inventor, mechanical engineer, and chemist. Watt's steam engine invention was fundamental in the Industrial Revolution. So Sarah Watts brings the power as well. Steal attempt here on the strikeout. Ball skips not into center field, but into the glove of the second baseman, who was backing up nicely on the play. That was Rigdon Lambeth, who Made sure that was just one base, but it's a strikeout. Hackett steals second. Talked about the running game for Lynchburg has really been pretty solid this season. I believe that's their ninth stolen base of the year. Lynchburg, I think, is 9 for 10 stolen base-wise this season. Don't think they had any stolen bases in game one. For Kaylee Hackett, that's stolen base number 1. 1-0 count for Georgia Thompson, who had that long at bat. This one's much shorter. Gloved over there near first base. Nice play by Alexis Sox, and that's how the inning will end. Lynchburg does get one hit. They strand one. Both teams still looking for their first run in Game 2 here at Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. We're ready for the top of the third inning here at Moon Field. Off-speed pitch from Emily Charlton that skips away from the catcher, Lexi Powell. No runners on base, so it's just a ball. And Rigdon Lambeth, the second baseman, leading off for Greensboro. 8-9-1 due up for the Pride here in their half of the third inning. Bunt attempt. They'll make Charlton come out of the circle. She fires it to first. Close play there. Out is recorded. More good glove work. In this double dip day, Mackenzie Davis will be the shortstop. Hitting ninth in this one. Davis was the 8-hole hitter last game. She was 1 for 2. Actually got the first hit of the ball game for Greensboro. For the Pride, it was 5 hits total. No player had multiple hits. There was the one extra base hit, the double from Craven, but then she got thrown out trying to advance to third. No walks for Kaylee Dorsis in game 1 in the circle. And Laura Engel, the senior for Greensboro, started game 1. She did not issue a walk either. So it was a fast-paced game, partly because of that, a 1-0 game. Not too many base runners. Pretty clean baseball all the way around. I guess enjoyable game to watch. Aesthetically pleasing, if you will. Here's a 2-1 count on Charlton facing Davis. Ground ball to short. Georgia Thompson, good catch and release for out number 2. Infield play in softball is just an art all to its own. The way you have to move and get rid of that ball quickly. It is high skill, and there's very little room for error. And so when you can master that, when you can watch people that have mastered it, infield play in softball, it is really enjoyable. Especially on the left side. Nothing against the second basemen and first basemen of the world, but those shortstops and third basemen, they just have to really have the alarm clock that is almost always going off. Everything is almost like a double play transfer when you catch it and get it out. Up and away on a heater. I think it was a setup pitch there with an 0-2 count. Let's see what Charlton comes back with. Batter is Madison Dillner, who walked in her first at bat. Here comes the pitch to Dillner. Got her out front. Thompson on the run back. Left fielder Tully Umtua will call her off and make the grab to end the top of the third. Hornets come to hit next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Here comes Lexi Powell, 9-hole hitter in this game, catching in this game. Played right field in the first. A true utility. A do-it-all. From Vinton, Virginia, William Byrd High School. Lexi Powell. A 0-1 count on Lexi Powell, the senior. Strike two on Lexi Powell, as somehow the conversation, the press box has shifted to tax season, which is, I guess, upon us, but the deadline is still a ways away. Lexi Powell came into game one hitting 154 on the season. Got time in the batter's box. Powell was 0 for 2 in game one with a strikeout. So it'd be great for her to get going. I don't think she's ever lost self-confidence, but as a hitter, you always like to see one find the green grass in the outfield, bump that average a little bit, gain a little bit of confidence. Obviously going into a big weekend with 6 games, 3 days, against great competition. That's helpful as well. Hopefully you can carry some of that into the road trip up in Maryland. Lexi Powell hit 187 last season. Doesn't, again, really demonstrate her full value to the team. And then you get some situations like that. A great swing right there. She fouls it straight back, but I just think fundamentally she's so sound. And she's going to bring so much to your team. Lexi Powell will foul another one back. It's a 2-2 count for number 10, Lexi Powell. Another nice long at bat. Lynchburg does this. They don't swing and miss a ton. So with 2 strikes, you do tend to get a lot of foul balls. Even before 2 strikes, you get some foul balls. Charlton went off speed. Powell's just going to dump that one into left. So there is a good feeling and maybe some confidence for the senior. Lexi Powell delivers the second hit of the game for Lynchburg. Leadoff hitter is on. Lynchburg's gotten the leadoff player on twice in the first 3 innings. Greensboro has done that once in the first 3. And here's leadoff hitter Anna Grace Terrell. Walked in her first at bat to start the game. Terrell will show bunt, pulls it back. Powell wandering a bit, but no chance to pick her off at first. And it's a 1-0 count. Anna Grace Terrell pinch hit in game 1. Hit the ball hard. That was the one that she really smoked it right at the third baseman. Bit unlucky to hit it right at her. And also, again, showed what kind of swing she possesses. Hitting is tough. It's 9-on-1. And you can hit the ball hard right at people sometimes. Terrell takes ball 2, and that one skips away. So now Lexi Powell is at second base after the pass ball / wild pitch. I never know which they are. And I suppose to the runner, it doesn't matter. Just got to second. 2-0 count for Terrell. Another one that's going to sneak under the catcher's glove, but Craven scrambled back quickly enough, to get it before Powell could advance. Powell was kind of doing the tap the chest, my bad gesture. I don't know if she thought she could have made it. 2-1 is the count now. Didn't know if Terrell might be sack bunting again, but it looks like she's swinging away, yeah. This one ripped foul towards the Lynchburg dugout. Now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Our next home game for this Lynchburg softball team is not till March 23rd. It's not that far away. It's just 1 week from Saturday. Terrell with another foul ball. Madison Barnes, the on-deck hitter, had to just do a slight dance move to pirouette out of the way of that ball. It was not hit that hard, though, so nobody was in real danger. 2-2's the count. More foul balls again. Lynchburg fouls off a lot of pitches. That one was close, but just missed. Sounded like the Greensboro fans thought it might have been strike 3. Instead, it's a full count. One more coming from Kate Charlton. Ground ball up the middle. Powell's going to try to get to third. She'll get there. Would argue it's a successful at bat for Anna Grace Terrell, even though she did get out. Runners at third base now. Yeah, Kate Charlton there, she wheeled and did what you teach your pitcher to do, and that's check the runner. Powell might have been in sort of a no woman's land, but unfortunately for Greensboro, Charlton did not throw to second. They get the out, though. I shouldn't really say unfortunately. I mean, you did what you're supposed to do defensively. You got an out. It just looked like maybe Charlton might have could have flipped back to second to get Lexi Powell just sort of wandering again a bit. Ground ball left side. Powell's going to hold. Shortstop will throw. Play coming at the plate. Powell slides in safely. Touched the plate with the finger there. And that is the first run of the game for Lynchburg. Another successful at bat. Lynchburg gets Powell to third on a ground out. And then Madison Barnes scores her with a ground ball to the left side. Alexis Sox, the first baseman for Greensboro, thought she unloaded pretty quickly and got rid of it nicely. The throw was a little high. I don't know if a perfect throw gets Lexi Powell or not. Powell's got great speed. So that was always going to be close, even with a perfect throw. Sarah Watts hitting with 2 outs now. Nobody on. Base is clear for Lynchburg. Watts likes this one, rips it into center field. So she has not cooled off much. Sarah Watts struck out in her first at bat. She seems to be restarting. The power grid might be back online for Sarah Watts. That's the third hit of the inning for Lynchburg. Third hit of the game, pardon me. Second of the inning. Lexi Powell led off with a single into left. Watts would be a threat to run potentially with Alyssa Teliumtua up. She grounded out to the pitcher in her first at bat. Teliumtua was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in game number 1. Slashes one left side, tough play, bounced out of the shortstop's mitt. And that will be another hit for Lynchburg. 4 hits in the game now. Now it is 3 in the inning. Just foreshadowing. This brings up Bree Hodges. Bree Hodges grounded out to short in her first at bat. Correction. Bree Hodges grounded out to the third baseman in her first at bat. Runners at first and second now for Hodges. Senior likes the first on a rope to right field, and that is an out. Bit of tough luck there for Bree Hodges. Lynchburg does score 1 on 3 hits. They leave 2 stranded, and the Hornets take another 1-0 lead through 3 complete. Leading off the top of the fourth inning for Greensboro, Jillian Vitamonte. She struck out in her first at bat. Catcher Lexi Powell will just snag a bunt attempt. Just popped up right in front of her face mask there for what became, in the end, a pretty easy first out. Alexis Sox, the first baseman, will hit with one out now. Grounded out to short in her first at bat. This will not be a ground out. This will be a line drive into center. I like Kaylee Hackett there. She came up ready to throw for Lynchburg, but then thought better of it. That is the first hit for Greensboro. So the no-hitter is gone for Emily Charlton. Just the second base runner M. Charlton has allowed. She retired 10 in a row at one point. She'll look to start another streak. Watch out, it's going to be 2 base hits in a row. Hackett might get the out at second this time. They did. Georgia Thompson was covering nicely. Got to the bag and stretched out like you would as a first baseman there. So give Thompson some credit in that equation. That's going to be a fielder's choice now, for Kelsey Craven, which is, you could argue, almost terrible luck for Craven because she smoked that ball. That ball was hit hard. I like this from Dawn Simmons to come out after back-to-back balls hit hard up the middle. Dawn Simmons is going to come out and take a small little mound conference with her club. Your pitcher may be slightly rattled. Settle her a bit, review the game plan, and you can talk over the scenario with the infield as well. So that's what I mean about Dawn Simmons. A great coach. I mean, she's a master coach. She's got a wonderful feel for all the situations. Never going to make you warm and fuzzy as a pitcher to have 2 balls come back in your direction. So Coach Simmons just going to go out there, tell Emily Charlton 1 or 2 keys, settle the nerves a little bit, get the heart rate back down, and then you go back to work here against Anna Frazier. Anna Frazier hitting with 2 outs. Off-speed pitch from Charlton. Excellent adjustment right there. That's the other thing. Coach Simmons, again, prefers that the catchers call the game. But when you take that mound visit, you again might say to Lexi Powell, hey, let's go off speed right here. Let's start changing it up a little bit. You can reinforce some of those things. I love it. Great coaching. And it's an 0-2 count pretty quickly. Mound visit seems to have paid off. Here's the pitch. Oh, nasty, and that is strike 3. Got Frazier looking. So M. Charlton gives up a couple hard hit balls, but in the end, it's just a runner stranded. Charlton strikes out. Her 3rd of the game, and Lynchburg holds on to the 1-0 lead through 3.5 innings here at Moon Field in Lynchburg. Kaylee Hackett, who made a fine defensive play to get Lynchburg an out last inning, or in the top of this inning, rather, is leading off for Lynchburg. She is 1 for 1 with a base hit. Hackett will take strike 1 against Kate Charlton. We built up the sister versus sister matchup, and it is a very close game thus far. Hornets leading 1-0. 4 hits for Lynchburg. They've stranded 4. Greensboro just 1 hit. And they've left 2 on. There's another base hit. Kaylee Hackett, 2 for 2 in the game. And Lynchburg might be getting the offense cooking. Kate Charlton has impressed. A southpaw left-hander like her sister. But this Lynchburg offense is so potent, so dangerous. You can keep them down for a bit, but they're just bubbling, waiting to simmer over. Pot is always ready to come to a full boil here for this Lynchburg offense. Addison Walter fouled a bunt attempt off. She struck out in her first at-bat. 1-0 for Lynchburg in game 1. Let's look at some run scoring numbers for the Hornets this season. Walter showing bunt again. This one fouled for strike 2. Addison Walter being urged on by the fans here at Moon Field. We have got a good contingent from both Lynchburg and Greensboro today. We're happy you're watching. 0-2 pitch coming up for Kate Charlton facing Addison Walter. Another foul ball, this one of the swinging variety. We should track foul balls. Doesn't the program do that? Does the program track the foul balls? I just feel like there's been a lot of foul balls. I think, again, it speaks to Lynchburg's quality offensively. They're just not going to swing and miss very much. There's just a ball upstairs. Run scoring for Lynchburg. They are undefeated on the season so far at 7-0. Lynchburg has scored 40 runs in those 7 games. 40 divided by 7 is 5.7. Game 1 today was their lowest scoring output of the season. It was Lynchburg's second 1-run win of the season. Back-to-back 1-run wins, in fact. They beat Pacific Lutheran on the walk-off 4-3. 2-2 count for Addison Walter. It's another at-bat that has turned into a very long one thanks to some foul balls and some good strike zone awareness like that take from Addison Walter. Runner on first is the center fielder, Kaylee Hackett. I just don't think we talk about run scoring enough in softball. Hackett will swing and miss there. No foul ball that time. You talk about the batting average for everybody, then you get into your slugging percentage and your on-base percentage and your Ks and your walks, but runs are how you win the game. Maybe we should be talking about just the run scoring more often. Charlton wants to take time, maybe just didn't like the pitch and decided to back off and get a fresh one. Georgia Thompson hitting for Lynchburg. Right side. Going to be a tough play for the right fielder, but the grab is made. Hackett tagging up at first. She'll slide feet first into the bag. Greensboro players think that Hackett left early. They'll throw over. Oh, home plate umpire called her out. Field umpire called her safe. Well, this is an interesting scenario because, again, one umpire should be watching whether the ball is caught or not. Both umpires shouldn't be watching the runner at first. I'll tell you, it looked like she got a great jump. I don't know if she left early, but Kaylee Hackett got a fabulous jump. They're going to get together and say that she was out. Kaylee Hackett did leave early. Dawn Simmons will go over to make her case with the umpires, and we'll step aside and get ready for the top of the 5th inning. Lynchburg leads 1-0 at Moon Field over the Greensboro Pride. Lynchburg leads Greensboro 1-0. It's Emily Charlton twirling another gem in the circle right now for Lynchburg. A complete game shutout for her against Pacific Lutheran on Friday. What a day that was. Charlton was just outstanding from start to finish, and she looks pretty locked in here. Ivy Ray is the center fielder for Greensboro, leading off, struck out in her first plate appearance. One of 3 strikeout victims so far for Charlton. This is up the middle again. Boy, Greensboro has really worked the middle approach the last couple innings, including that 8-6 fielder's choice. Kelsey Craven smoked the ball up the middle, but the base runner from first couldn't get to second in time. That's hit number 2 for Greensboro. Leadoff runner is on for the second time this game for the Pride. Second time in 5 innings, 2 for 5 there. Lynchburg has had the leadoff hitter on 3 out of 4 innings. Just 1 run to show for themselves so far. Charlton misses the zone with the first pitch. Micaiah Simmons is the DP, designated player, grounded out to third in her first at bat. 2-0 count. Charlton, like a curveball that came in for a strike. Just a little hint of movement back into the batter. In this case, Micaiah Simmons. 1 home run on the season for Simmons. Check swing there on something off speed. Ball 3. Lynchburg's going to appeal. The field umpire says she did not swing. Hitters count here for Simmons. Lambeth is on deck. Ball 4 on a very close one. Second walk that Charlton has issued. Timeout on the field as Lexi Powell goes to the circle to chat with her pitcher. And Rigdon Lambeth will consult with the third base coach. Different third base coach this time for Greensboro. I believe Meredith Mills, the head coach, was down there. She's decided to change it up. Sometimes when your team is searching for a run, when you haven't scored a run, you'll try anything just to mix it up a little bit. Plus, you know, you also want to give your assistant coaches a chance to express themselves in a coaching capacity, learn the game a little bit more, learn what they're good at. Always nice to change it up, I think. And now it's a full-blown conference for both teams as Dawn Simmons has gone into the circle for Lynchburg. A reminder one more time to sign up for those email alerts, fan, and you'll get the Lynchburg Sports blog. I might even get a chance to write about this softball team for the Lynchburg Sports blog, which will be out Thursday, correct? Thursday morning-ish. No guarantees on that, folks. You can't get your money back. It's a free blog. That's a joke. But we're proud of it. We like it. Great way to stay up to date. Plus, back to expressing ourselves a little bit. We get to give you more than just a box score and some of those statistical things. Talk about the teams a little bit more. LynchburgSports.com. Sign up for the email alerts and just make that your home page so you can check out all the things we've got going on. But first baseman Fields, that is Madison Barnes. She throws to Sarah Watts, who is covering. And that is the first out of the inning. So textbook sacrifice bunt there will move the runners to second and third for the 9-hole hitter, Mackenzie Davis. Davis grounded out to short in her first at bat. Leadoff hitter Madison Dillner waiting on deck. Emily Charlton still working for Lynchburg. Shutout intact at the moment. Boy, Davis was switched on and ready to go for that first pitch. It is a foul ball. Lynchburg does have action in their bullpen beyond the left field fence. Charlton gets the sign. Flings it in, and that just misses the zone. Wide right from our perspective. 1-1 count. With 1 out. Ground ball. Hit Watts' glove. She'll throw home. We got a play there. Runner is safe. Watts made a really good throw. It's another one, again, with the speed of base runners, how close the bases are. One bobble, and a lot of times you're just done. That wasn't even a bobble from Sarah Watts. It just hit the glove. She scooped it up with the bare hand on the ground, made a great throw home, but just could not get the runner in time. Ivy Ray, the center fielder, scores. Leadoff single comes around to be the first run of the game for Greensboro. We're tied 1-1. Yeah, Simmons was the runner at second. She stayed put, so it's runners on first and second now. Maybe a small little win, I guess, for Lynchburg there. Simmons has to stay at second. So you have your double play in order. You've got a force at any base, excluding home. Coach Meredith Mills will now walk to home plate, and perhaps a change coming here. I think it's definitely a change coming. Just a question of, is it going to be a new hitter or a new runner? Saw somebody pop out of the dugout. I think it's a pinch running situation coming up for Greensboro. It will be a runner for Kaya Simmons. Pinch runner is Raven Taylor, number 6. And this is one that sometimes at first glance seems awkward to do it in the middle of an at-bat. There might be some value, though, in disrupting the pitcher's rhythm. This ball will get under the diving second baseman's glove, and it's going to get all the way to the fence as well. 1 run is in for Greensboro. Now 2 runs have scored, and the Pride take their first lead of the day, 3-1. Greensboro ties it up, and then they break the tie with a hard single or double. It's a double for Madison Dillner. That ball all the way to the fence, under the diving glove of Sarah Watts. And then the center fielder, Kaylee Hackett, couldn't cut it off. Don't know if Hackett's view was a little obscured because of the dive from Watts. Who knows? But Dillner's on second. Greensboro's looking for more. 0-1 count. I was just saying that maybe when you put the pinch runner in the middle of the at-bat, bunt attempt here. This is a good one. Lynchburg got her at first. Vitamanti was burning it down the line, but catcher Lexi Powell came out, made a good throw to Sarah Watts, who was covering. Runner moves to third. There's 2 outs now for the 3-hole hitter Alexis Sox. The action is happening so quickly. But, yeah, just to complete the thought, maybe when you put the pinch runner in the middle of the at-bat, you break the pitcher's rhythm just enough that you gain a small advantage hitting-wise. And they did produce the big hit right after that. Madison Dillner driving it to the wall. Here's a fly ball that initially Bree Hodges ran in on. Then she got stationed under it for the final out of the inning. But it's a big one for Greensboro. They score 3 runs and take their first lead of the day. Let's see how Lynchburg can respond at the bottom of the 5th inning. Catcher Lexi Powell leads off for Lynchburg. The Hornets find themselves trailing for the first time in a long time. 3-1. Lynchburg down. trailing for the first time today. The undefeated start to the season on the line here. Lynchburg 7-0 to begin the year. Greensboro's now 8-5. Lynchburg with 6 big ones coming up this weekend. Lexi Powell, jam job to the second baseman, and that is out number 1. 6 big ones coming up. You can't really expect to go undefeated in a college softball season, but Dawn Simmons has got a high standard. She wants her team to win every time they put the uniform on. Ball 1 to Anna Grace Terrell, who is 0 for 1 with a walk. She did get on via the fielder's choice in her second at bat, so she's actually reached base twice today. 2-0 count with 1 out here to Anna Grace Terrell. Here's the pitch from Kate Charlton, who has given up 5 hits, 1 run. She's pitched around some trouble at times. And now Charlton, all of a sudden, maybe it looked like she was struggling a bit. She's got some wind in her sails here with a 2-run lead now. And we're in the bottom of the 5th. Charlton has not, well, she has walked 1. Excuse me, she walked Anna Grace Terrell in the first at bat of the game. She's only walked 1. And then those other Lynchburg hits really have been kind of scattered. There was 3 in the 3rd inning where Lynchburg scored 1, but they left 2 runners stranded. Terrell's on again with the second walk of the game. That's also her second.
Now batting, first base number 16, Madison Barnes.
Madison Barnes is up with a runner on first. Really good chance here for Lynchburg in the bottom of the 5th. Can't take this for granted either. Don't know if you're going to have the meat of your lineup up again in this game, especially against a tough talent like Kate Charlton. Dawn Simmons is going to make maybe a change. The hitter right now is Madison Barnes, 0 for 2. It'll be a change on the bases, though. Pinch runner for Lynchburg. Entering. Looks to be Caitlin Regan. Caitlin Regan. 1 for 1 stolen bases this year. Not necessarily that's why Coach Simmons made the move, but some extra speed on the bases for Lynchburg with Regan. Madison Barnes. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Barnes takes a hack, fouls it back. It's a 1-1 count. 3-1 ball game. Lynchburg down by 2. Hornets led game 1. Really only half an inning. Lynchburg got the solo shot from Sarah Watts in the bottom of the 6th inning. So for 5.5 innings, that was a 0-0 ball game. Lynchburg scored their 1 run in this one in the 3rd, and then Greensboro responds with 3 in the top of the 5th. So really, if you think about it that way, Lynchburg hasn't led much of the day. We've actually been tied most of the day. But Lynchburg did surrender their 1-0 lead. See if they can get some or all of it back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 3-1's count on Madison Barnes. Strike 2 on a ball that found the top edge of the zone. And now it should be full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Outfield straight away, normal depth for Greensboro. Infield corners are in. Middle end just slightly with a runner on. Barney rips this one. Couldn't get it over the right fielder's head, though. Regan has to retreat back to first base. Madison Barnes put a pretty good charge into that one, but it's just a long out. And now Sarah Watts is up with 2 outs. If anybody could be the hero again, it would be this lady, Sarah Watts, number 7. 1 for 2 this game. Yeah, mound visit coming up. Pretty good time to take one. Remind the game plan to Charlton. You don't want to scare your pitcher, though. You don't want you don't want to rattle your pitcher and say, hey, remember, this is the gal that has been hitting all the home runs. This is the player that has, she's 9 for 10 in her last 3 games. That's actually not the exact number. Let's see. The exact number is now 10 for 12. Sarah Watts is 10 of her last 12. So you don't want to rattle your pitcher by relaying that information. So the great coaches are going to find a way to remind the pitcher of that, but not quite say it just like that. The great coaches are going to say, hey, remember, we're going to go low and away first, then we're going to go up and in. We don't want to give it to her belt high, et cetera, those kinds of things. So there is an art to that. And maybe you tell your pitcher, hey, a walk is not the worst thing in the world. Charlton tries to go outside corner and misses, or was it exactly where Greensboro wanted it? Kate Charlton has struck out Sarah Watts one time. Watts is 1 for 2 in this game. She was 2 for 3 with the solo homer in game 1. The only run Lynchburg scored via Sarah Watts' home run. 2-0 count. Could be a chance for Watts to go all in. Going away again. Yeah, it looks like clear now that the game plan for Greensboro is to pitch around Sarah Watts, and you can't blame him for that. Just don't make a mistake here on the 3-0 pitch. Watts is ready. In the action position. Yep, that's ball 4. That seems like exactly what the Pride wanted to do there. And again, can't blame them. Probably fairly smart. Third walk Greensboro has issued, but you could argue that one was exactly what they wanted. Runners on first and second. Now the pressure goes to Alyssa Taliumtua. Or is there going to be a pinch hitter? Let's see. It looks like Jessica Strickland, excuse me. Jessica Strickland, my favorite player. One of my favorite players. Jessica Strickland is the pinch hitter. So the freshman is in the fire here. This is Jessica Strickland's actually first time not starting and playing in a game. She started 6 coming into this game. She started game 1 at shortstop. Now Strickland hitting with 2 on and 2 out. Her team trailing by 2. 3-1 ball game. Jessica Strickland likes this one. Rips it down the right field line. 1 run will come in to score. Strickland heading to second. And that's a big-time spot to deliver for the freshman. Off the bench, Jessica Strickland drives in a run, and now Lynchburg within 1. 3-2. RBI there for Strickland. Did get a hit in game 1, was 1 for 2 in game 1. Jessica Strickland has now driven in 4 in her young college season. Strickland's 7th hit of the game. 7th hit of the season, I'm sorry. 7th hit of the season for Jessica Strickland. Great stuff for the freshman. Just trying to figure out the situation here as both coaches will have a turn to chat with the umpire. Looks like it's still going to be Kate Charlton pitching. Bree Hodges is the hitter. 0 for 2 in the game so far. But a chance to come through in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lynchburg is down 1, 3-2. Good speed on the bases with Strickland at second. Here's the pitch to Hodges. Just missed the outside edge of what has become a kind of a rounded plate. Hard to find the corners. 1-0 count with 2 outs. There's a fastball upstairs that was probably not as close. 2-0. Hitters count here for Bree Hodges. Kaylee Hackett's on deck. Hackett's 2 for 2 in this game. Here comes the pitch from Charlton. Hodges will take that one. It's a strike. Coach Don Simmons tells Bree Hodges to keep it simple. Here's the pitch. Fouled back, and now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. With 2 outs, Lynchburg was down 2 heading into the inning. Now it's a 3-2 ball game. Lynchburg's got 2 runs on 6 hits. Greensboro, 3 runs on 3 hits. Here's the pitch to Bree Hodges. Gets a piece of it. That's down. 1 run is in. Game is tied. Strickland, no problem scoring the go-ahead run. Lynchburg on top, 4-3. 2 RBI single for Bree Hodges. Back-to-back base hits for Lynchburg to go with a couple walks in this inning as well. Kate Charlton has been outstanding, but this is the inning where she has given up major damage and multiple runs to Lynchburg. Hornets scored 1 in the bottom of the 3rd, 3 here in the 5th to answer the 3 from Greensboro. Pinch runner comes on for Lynchburg. That is number 33, Layla Leetson, in to pinch run for Hodges. The good teams find a way to answer, sometimes almost immediately. And it's the exact amount of runs that Greensboro scored in the top of the 5th, for now anyway. Lynchburg looking for more here with the speedy Leetson on first and Kaylee Hackett. All Kaylee Hackett has done is gone 2 for 2 in this game off Kate Charlton. Made that key play to throw out the runner at second base as well. Addison Walter is on deck. 2-0 count. Charlton has been falling behind hitters. Can't seem to get strike 1 in this inning as much. Hackett wanted it and fouled it away. This Lynchburg offense proving to be pretty relentless. Even seemingly with their back to the wall, down 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th. There was more. Jessica Strickland. I keep wanting to say Jordan Strickland. Is that a famous softball player? Got to look it up now. No, I shouldn't look it up because then it'll make me actually call Jessica Strickland the wrong name more. Jessica Strickland, I think, is going to be pretty famous by the time her Lynchburg softball career is done. Another walk. 3rd free pass that Kate Charlton has issued in the inning. One of them we thought was kind of intentional to Sarah Watts. 4 walks in the game now for Charlton, 3 in this inning. Another pinch hitter. This is going to be Alex DiNardo again. Number 18, Alex DiNardo is in. DiNardo pinch hit in game 1, grounded out to the 3rd baseman. DiNardo had the walk-off single in game 2 against Pacific Lutheran on Friday. Another good spot for Alex DiNardo, who's proving to be one of the key weapons off the bench for Coach Dawn Simmons and her staff. 2-0 count. Again, Charlton has fallen behind. She's kind of asking the catcher, I think now, is that off the plate, high, low? It sounds like her catcher, looks like rather, the catcher has confirmed it was wide left. Now that one's upstairs, and it's a 3-0 count. This might be a straight take situation for Alex DiNardo, especially with a pitcher that seems to be struggling with command. Or perhaps it's a green light coming for DiNardo. Let's find out. That one was at the edge. I think green light or not, she probably would have let that one go and did. Has to retrieve the bat. Now it's a 3-1 count. See if it's a green light now for Alex DiNardo. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Lynchburg leading by 1 after a 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th. Ball 4. It's now 4 walks in the inning for Charlton. 5 in the game. The hitter is Georgia Thompson. The shortstop is 0 for 2 in this one. Correction, we're going to have another substitute. It's a real merry-go-round situation. It's almost like a basketball game with all the subs running in and out. They're waiting at the scorer's table, ready to check in. The pinch runner that went to first was actually a re-enter, I think, Addison Walter. went back in that spot that Alex DiNardo occupied. So not much of a big change. But now we have Georgia Thompson, the shortstop. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Strike 1. Good job by Kate Charlton. I think she's really having to dig deep here. Remember, just a freshman. Just a freshman. So this is a big test in her young career. Back to the wall, trying to keep her team close. Maybe doesn't have the A game anymore. Foul ball. Foul ball. Georgia Thompson thought she placed that one perfectly on the chalk. The spray-painted right field line. That one was less than 14 inches foul, I think, in my estimation. 0-2 count on Georgia Thompson. See what Charlton goes with. Outside target, ball in the dirt, skipped away from the catcher, Craven. Lynchburg's going to score another run on this. Another run has come in. It is a massive inning for Lynchburg. 4 in the bottom of the 5th now. And it's a 5-3 ball game. Lynchburg has built it to a 2-run advantage. This is actually their biggest lead of the day of any kind. Up 2 runs. Tells you how close the softball has been. Here's the pitch from Charlton. High heat upstairs. The old bow tie pitch is a ball. 2-2 count. The deuces are wild here with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 2-run game. Charlton facing Georgia Thompson. Oh, came in, handcuffed her for strike 3, but it was a great inning for Lynchburg. They put 4 on the board, and now the Hornets hold on to a 5-3 advantage with just 2 innings to play here at Moon Field. A pitching change for Lynchburg. It's game 1 starter, Kaylee Dorsis, back in there. She went 7 strong shutout softball in game 1, and now Dorsis returns to the circle, relieving Emily Charlton. Charlton would be in line for win number 3 on the season. And this would be Dorsis's. That's tough. That's tricky. Get tripped up on that. This would be Kaylee, save number 1 on the season for Kaylee Dorsis. Kelsey Craven is the hitter now for Greensboro. She has swung it well. Doubled in game 1. She hit a laser up the middle in her last at bat in this game that actually resulted in a fielder's choice. It's about as well as you can hit the ball on a fielder's choice. 0-1 count as Dorsis has gotten ahead pretty quickly. You don't know how much the break matters. Got to take some time off there. Craven lifts one into the infield. Sarah Watts is camped under it for out number 1 of the inning. We are in the top of the 6th. So not only is 4 runs is going to be massive in any inning, but to do it late in the game in the bottom of the 5th like Lynchburg did could be absolutely critical in this one, and it could be the deciding factor in this one. Emily Charlton, the senior for Lynchburg, gives the ball up. She would be in line for win number 32 of her career. Oh, what a catch over there. Did she make that grab at the boundary over there in front of the dugout? That is Madison Barnes with an excellent snag on a foul ball. Anna Frazier is out. Now it's Ivy Ray. 2 quick outs for Dorsis. 5-3 Lynchburg lead. Ray swipes at the first and comes up empty. It's an 0-1 count. For Dorsis, this is a save situation. And she will be looking for save number 5 of her career. It would be the first this season. 2 last year and 2 in 2022. So this 1-2 punch for Lynchburg, typically you think of them each starting a game. But yeah, you can have this 1-2 punch as well where Dorsis relieves Charlton or vice versa. 0-2 count. Dorsis gets it in there with high cheddar, and it's a strikeout. Lynchburg looking for a few insurance runs in the bottom of the 6th. Hornets lead to Pride 5-3. All right, so we've got some changes here for both squads. Pinch hitting for Lynchburg will be Carly Hudnall. We saw Huddy lead off game 1 and catch. And there are other changes. I think we have a new catcher behind the dish for Greensboro. I believe the new catcher is number 5, Carly Minter. And was there another change? I think someone re-entered for Greensboro, I believe, was the call. Somebody re-entered for the Pride. We'll try to figure that out in just a moment. So Hudnall leads off. She did play game 1. 0 for 3 with 1 strikeout. Ball 1. 1-0 count with nobody out. Pitcher is still Kate Charlton for Greensboro. Her sister has handed the ball off to Kaylee Dorsis on the Lynchburg side, but the freshman Kate Charlton still grinding away out there. Her team is down by 2, but not out of it yet. Greensboro will get 3 more bites at the apple in the top of the 7th inning. Hudnall flares one foul. Head men's lacrosse coach Steve Kadelka on his way over there to get that foul ball, but a player for Lynchburg is going to beat him to it. Too much toughness from the Lynchburg bench over there to let Steve Kadelka get that ball first. 1-2 count on Carly Hudnall. Hudnall came into the game 1, hitting .313. And a chance to improve the average a bit more here. 2-2 count. Charlton to Hudnall. First time they have faced each other. All sorts of Lynchburg coaches taking in this game today. Hudnall busting it down the line. Low throw. I think she beat that anyway. That's a base hit for Carly Hudnall. Leadoff runner on again. Lynchburg's gotten the leadoff woman on 5 of 6 times. And now it's Anna Grace Terrell, who is the leadoff woman in the order. The leadoff hitter has walked twice and gotten on because of a fielder's choice. So she's actually been on thrice today. Which I try to get the word thrice into every broadcast. Terrell going to put down the bunt. This is a tough one. Oh, collision between the first baseman and the catcher, and then the catcher just sort of ejected the ball over her shoulder to third base, which was maybe smart to get it in the direction of third base because you got to watch out for Carly Hudnall advancing. So, Anna Grace Terrell has been on all 4 times today. I think that's a base hit as well. Official scorer has confirmed that. First hit of the game for Terrell. For Lynchburg as a team, it's now 7 hits. 7 hits, and there is a lot going on in the bottom of the 6th inning. Madison Barnes is the hitter, but we will get a pinch runner for Lynchburg. That's number 12, Zoe Elliott. Zoe Elliott, this will be game number 4 that she's played in. See if the sacrifice bunt is on again for Madison Barnes or if she swings away. Couple schools of thought there. Because you have Sarah Watts on deck, who has been on fire. The power plant Sarah Watts producing all kinds of energy and wattage in this game and this season. The reigning ODAC Player of the Week. 0-1 count. That one is upstairs. Buzzed the tower there. Barnes out of the way, no problem. I was talking about all the Lynchburg coaches that were taking this game in. We had Coach Steve Kudelka. We had women's basketball coach Allison Nichols was here. Beach volleyball interim head coach Olivia Killalay was here. Swimming here. Who else? Was there somebody else here? Brad Dunn. Well, yeah, Brad Dunn. Sorry, I just said swimming. I didn't say Brad Dunn's name. Of course, Coach Dunn. Love that guy. We, of course, had our outstanding athletic director, John Waters, was here earlier, helping us set up cameras and doing all kinds of fun stuff. Raking the field in between games. John Waters does a little bit of everything and really should get more credit for what he brings to the University of Lynchburg. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes. I think a lot of folks think that the athletic director, they just hire and fire the coaches because that's what you see on TV with the football and the basketball. But there's so much more to it than that. And I think John Waters just an incredible part of this place. It is Sarah Watts due up. You don't want to be talking about anybody else when Sarah Watts is swinging the bat, folks. You really got to be ready for her. She can leave the yard at any time, and she is going to make an impact every time, I would argue. 1-0 count for Sarah Watts. Hitters count here. She's 1 for 2 in this game with a walk. That one is above the zone for ball 2. There are runners on first and second. 5-3 ball game. Lynchburg up 2. Sarah Watts could give the Hornets a big cushion. She will drill this into right center field, banging it off the wall. Wall ball again for Sarah Watts. It's another double. She is an extra base hit machine right now. Sarah Watts drives in another one, by the way, and Lynchburg does have a 3-run cushion now. Sarah Watts had a double and a homer in the first game. So let's just recap the numbers again here for Sarah Watts. This is hard to do with Sarah Watts because she gets hits with such frequency, such regularity, it can be really difficult to keep track of them. All right, in her last 4 games, these are unofficial stats, as always with me, fans. In her last 4 games, Sarah Watts is now 11 for her last 13 with 4 doubles and 3 home runs. A walk in there as well. Alyssa Tulliumtua driving one into the other gap. Lynchburg is really just banging it around now. Tulliumtua is going to cruise into second with a double. She drives in 2, and the Hornets have blown the game open in the bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg scored 1 in the 3rd, 4 in the 5th, and now another 4 spot in the 6th inning. It is a 9-3 Hornet lead right now. Unfortunately, I think the end of the road has come here for Kate Charlton. I thought the freshman was outstanding. She kept this Hornet offense at bay as long as she could. Expect big things in the career from Kate Charlton. But I think a pitching change is coming now for the Greensboro Hornets. We'll pause for just a moment to try to get it all together for you. Lynchburg on top and in charge. They've blown it open, an 8-3 advantage on Moon Field. Anna Frazier, the third baseman for Greensboro, will come in to pitch. And the change at third base is number 0, Peyton Reynolds, is now playing the hot corner for Greensboro. It's a 1-1 count with 1 out. Back-to-back doubles for Lynchburg. It is 8-3. It is 8-3. We thought it was a 9-3 for a moment, but we double-checked, and it's 8-3. Yeah, 1 run in the 3rd. 4 in the 5th, just 3 runs here so far, anyway, in the 6th inning. Sarah Watts drove in 1. Tulliumtua drove in 2 with her double. The ball has stayed in the yard, but Lynchburg really doing a great job with the extra base hits. Kate Charlton exits. A tough situation. Ball had some nice zip on it from Frazier. Bree Hodges is hitting. She had a 2 RBI single in her last at bat. Lynchburg really spreading the wealth offensively. Hodges is going to get a seeing eye single up the middle. Tulliumtua coming home. She'll beat the throw there, standing up. Hodges, good base running to take second. Back-to-back hits for Bree Hodges. Lynchburg's now got double-digit hit in this one. 10 base hits for the Hornets. And it's another new hitter. Abby Lockhart will be swinging the bat for Lynchburg. Again, Coach Dawn Simmons has done an outstanding job of getting her entire squad involved. Maybe not the entire squad. I guess we shouldn't say that. But getting a lot of different players involved. Offensively, it really has been quite a bit of involvement for Lynchburg. Lynchburg's season high in hits is 13. They scored 10 runs against Methodist on 7 hits in game 1. They scored 9 runs on 13 hits against Washington College on March the 2nd. So Lynchburg may have those numbers in their sights here against Greensboro in Game 2. And remember, this is a Greensboro team that is very good. Came into the day 8-4. They're 8-5 now. 33-10 last season for Greensboro. The Pride last year went 11-3 against the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Those teams on their roster that play their softball in the ODAC, including a 12-4 victory against Lynchburg last season. It was a 1-0 game in Game 1. The only run Lynchburg got was a solo shot from Sarah Watts. So it's not as if this Greensboro team is a pushover in any regard. But Lynchburg, the bats have just come alive. 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike on Abby Lockhart. Ground ball left side. Shortstop will run the runner back to second and then overthrow first. Bree Hodges at second was retreating back to the bag anyway, but it just had the appearances that Mackenzie Davis, the shortstop, gave her a lot of attention. It was a full 2 or 3 steps running her back to second, and then maybe in realizing that she'd taken so much time, the throw sailed to first. Kaylee Hackett will go back, re-enter at first to run. And this is Addison Walter back in. Addison Walter gave up this spot to Alex DiNardo, who walked. Now Addison Walter has re-entered. Anna Frazier trying to get her team back in the dugout, possibly have a chance in the top of the 7th. Greensboro's going to need 6 runs to tie it. Runner will go. No throw there. So now it's runners on second and third with 1 out for Addison Walter, who's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in this game. She'd like to build some confidence here. Frazier misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. In a 9-3 ball game, Lynchburg has seized control at Moon Field. They look to be heading to 8-0 on the season. It would be their best start to a year since 2019. Changeup comes in for a strike. 2-1. Walter lifts this one to the right side. First baseman makes the play. And now there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. This will be the shortstop, Georgia Thompson, hitting with 2 in scoring position. Georgia Thompson has yet to get a base hit in this game. So back to the building confidence. Some coaches talk about accumulating positives or racking up those small wins any way you can. And sometimes it's just a good swing. This is actually going to find the outfield grass. It is a base hit that's going to score 1 and now 2. A 2 RBI single for Georgia Thompson. She read the throw nicely and advanced to second. So that should build some confidence for Thompson. 11-3, and it will be ball game because of the 8-run deficit. Lynchburg wins it. Not quite a walk-off hit for Georgia Thompson, but it's enough to get the victory. Lynchburg 8-0 on the season. A victory for Emily Charlton. Kaylee Dorsis pitched a complete game shutout in game number 1. Sarah Watts continues her torrid pace. She's 11 for 13, hitting over 840. 846 in her last 4 games. Sarah Watts continues to impress. The rest of the team was outstanding as well. An 11-hit attack in game 2. Greensboro will move to 8-6 on the season. Lynchburg undefeated at 8-0 now. They hit the road to Salisbury, Maryland for 6 tough ones coming up this weekend. Hope you'll stay plugged into all the social media channels. We'll get a great interview after this one. And make sure you follow along at lynchburgsports.com. Lynchburg 8-0 after 2 victories against Greensboro. Dawn Simmons, 698 in her career, just 2 wins away from 700. Congrats, Coach Simmons. Thank you so much for watching, softball fans. We'll talk to you again very soon.